Hello,
Good
ladies and
evening. Oh,
gentlemen,
you're
and
going.
welcome to Rocket League EGFC Season 4, Week 12. It is William and Mary versus University of Tennessee. My name is George Overton, joined by Matt Hayho. You can have your limelight now, sir. I do apologise.
No, we should have probably discussed who was going first this time around this week, but never mind. No, excited to be here. Yeah, some good games coming this evening. We'll be kicking off quite bright and early with William and Mary versus Tennessee. So we've got 14th in the standings versus Tennessee, who are tied fourth. So they've got a big game. They want to kind of move up and take that fourth spot for themselves, leave the rest of the teams in their dust.
Yeah, exactly. They're looking to bounce back to get their season back on track for Tennessee. But for William and Mary, it's all about continuing this form, continuing that push on to the top of the league. We'll have to see if they can do it. It is a long road to the end of the season. But for a team that, they're quite a few wins in, they're doing well. You got to think about the mentality behind keeping on succeeding, because William and Mary, they have such a winner's mentality.
Yeah, for sure. We know a lot about William and Mary, obviously from the FIFA scene as well. So we know they've got great support. They've got great team spirit as well. So it'll be interesting to see Tennessee. This will be mine and your first look at Tennessee for sure, as a university. So it'll be good to see him. They've got a really good win rate so far. I think I've got the standings up on the side. It's 81% win rate at the moment for them. So
Mm.
they're looking pretty strong. 54% win rate for William and Mary. So they've sort of had some weeks where they're winning, one where they're losing, whereas Tennessee are looking very, very good, right at the top of the standings, in that tied fourth spot. So it's not going to be an underdog story necessarily, but I think William and Mary are going to have a tough one. But let's see how it goes as we hop into game one of this best of five.
Here we go. We are in game and underway. It is going to be a bit of a, well, you said it's not going to be much of an underdog story, but it is William and Mary's chance to provide that upset that we know that they can provide. It's a good opportunity, but Dolphin off the back of the wall. Very nice save there. So it is going to be William and Mary in the blue and orange for Tennessee.
Yeah, it's quite nice. I think Tennessee all round are just orange with all their colour scheme, aren't they? So they're fitting that nicely in game as well. But yeah, some good end-to-end action already here, and we're seeing Legacy with the long ball downfield there, and Mikey is going to pick up and sweep up. And it'll be good to see the rotations from a team, fighting at the top of the table as well, because I think the last game we did cast was two of the teams lower in the standings. So we are looking for Tennessee to show us some really, really good team cohesion and some really good plays tonight.
Yeah, we'll have to see if they can do that as William and Mary. Potential chance for Dolphin to show off his mechanics, but couldn't quite get to the ball fast enough. Did struggle getting that air roll under control, but still William and Mary contesting some of Tennessee's plays, not allowing them to go straight forward. They are definitely posing some sort of a threat to them. There's Trimmy looking to go forward on that, looking to predict into the wall pinch, but couldn't quite do it. Legacy was there first.
Yeah, Lexi getting up again as well. They're pushing all the way, running out of boost towards the end of that run. We're going to see Truth heading up for the contest as well. There's a lot of end-to-end scrappiness to their play so far, and the ball sort of it is really just going from one end to the other with no clear-cut chances just yet. We're coming up towards 2 minutes down already in the game, and we do get a chance here in the follow-up from Truth, and he's there. And William and Mary, who we said are lower down in the standings, they do have a relatively early lead in game one.
Yeah, well, to be honest, they've looked like the more aggressive team so far. They've just come out, they've been pushing at the right times, they've been getting these nice little moments where the ball kind of lands in the middle and there's a little bit of a break in rotation. So they managed to find that space and they're doing well. Dolphin potentially could go up looking for the bump. Trimmy with a great save, but once again, William and Mary, they're testing Tennessee here.
They're going at it there, and almost sort of straight from the kickoff, the ball rolling out to the side, and there was a real good chance, and they're still keeping that pressure up here, and you can see from Legacy's point of view, just swinging around the back there to ensure no danger comes their way, and you can see Mikey is up for the challenge this time. He's also got Trimmy with him as well, so sort of a 2v1 there, but Legacy actually did really well and managed to cancel that one out and get the ball away from goal.
Yeah, straight back into Tennessee's half once again, exactly where they want it. Legacy looking to try and contest Trimmy there. Dolphin puts it up. And fairly easy tap away there for Mickey. Truth gets control of it, looking for that one-on-one dribble, but well defended once again by Tennessee. You can see all the good basics coming out from Tennessee so far. They're very good at rotating. They're doing a solid effort, but they just can't seem to get out of their own halves at the minute. Really struggling to deal with William and Mary's pressure.
Yeah, it's a really good long clearance there that wasn't quite on target, was causing a bit of danger, and Legacy up nice and early there. Truth totally uncontested this time, and like you say, William and Mary are constant pressure really here, aren't they? It's all at this end of the field, and Tennessee doing well, and Hermes is up. There's a good block, but it's not going to be enough. Just bumped into net there, and Hermes comes away with the goal, almost carrying it the full length of the field there.
Yeah, really important bump there. Maisie got back in behind the ball. He did take him. Well, it was a perfect flick because he put the flick to a point where the ball wasn't going supersonic, and then he could get behind in front of the ball and just bump the player out of the way. Very clean mechanics, very nice shot to bring them level at 1-1. And now the question is, who's going to take the lead from here? Because if you look at it from this perspective, Tennessee have, they went a goal down, but then now they're back in the game. Can William and Mary do that thing again where they get themselves a goal when we really don't expect them to?
Yeah, they obviously came out kind of all guns blazing, and they may be in trouble here, and there's no chance for Truth to get there. Trimmy has... no, it wasn't Trimmy, it was Mikey with the shot, wasn't it? I think we had Trimmy's point of view right at the end there, but beautiful. Mikey lofting that right up, and Truth couldn't get there. I don't think there was any contact from Trimmy just underneath. But yeah, just like that, Tennessee have turned it around. They were 1 goal behind. They're now 2 goals to 1 up. So they haven't let that early pressure kind of get to them. And Tennessee have now shown why they're 4th in the standings. They are going to look to capitalise again. And Mikey scores. That's 2 goals in 9 seconds now for Tennessee.
Look at this for a pass from Hermes once again. Look, just pinches it off the wall. Very, very clean. Didn't expect the pace on it, William and Mary, and just able to tuck it in to the back of the net. Great pass. It really is all about the pass, but the finish to be there on time, obviously very important too. So now William and Mary's 2 goal down. Can they find a way back into this game? Dolphin looking for something cheeky. Trimmy there to make the save, but denied by Mikey. A great opportunity for William and Mary, and now Tennessee looking to counter-attack. Dolphin, though, back in his rotation, making sure he can get there. Is in a bit of a precarious state right now. Truth manages to get the pinch with him, and some sound defending from William and Mary.
Yeah, it was also really good defending, really good defense there from Tennessee. It was really, really good opportunity. There was just enough on the line. I think, was it Trimmy on the line that sort of knocked it up just above the crossbar. And then I think it may have been Mikey, it may not have been, came flying in out from nowhere just to ensure there was no follow-up as well. So William and Mary still knocking on the door, but Tennessee are standing strong. 3 goals to 1, only 20 seconds to go. It's not an awful lot of time. You need to get 1 and then play a bit of keepy-uppy with the ball, don't you? And it might actually end in disaster here. And I tell you what, I thought there was going to be a potential block on the line from Mikey, but he's just done a little bit of a backflip there and tucks it in. Lovely strike from Hermes, and Mikey's just there. Look at that. Absolute precision. Absolutely perfect. And that is the reason why they are chasing down the top spot in the standings.
It is ultra clean, smooth Rocket League, and it is just done absolutely perfectly there. We've seen it time and time again, the link-up play, and now Trimmy looking for something a little bit fancy, can't quite make it work. Mickey going to put it back in that area, and that will be the full-time whistle being blown. And, well, they're going to keep it up for a little bit longer. Maybe even looking for another goal.
Yeah, the thing with Rocket League, obviously, when the timer hits 0, then this will be basic for viewers of Rocket League. The ball just about to hit the back of the net, but obviously as it hits the ground, it will be William and Mary 1, Tennessee 4. And the thing with Rocket League is you do have to play until the ball hits the ground. It is a complete basic. Although the timer hits 0, time is up. You do have to keep on playing until the ball, either hits the deck or goes in. So we do see plenty of goals, whether it be a winning goal or a goal that takes it to overtime. So yeah, it's an interesting one, and it's a shame that William and Mary started so strong, but Tennessee, didn't let that get to them. Took them a couple of minutes to get into the game, but yeah, they run out 4-1 victors in game 1.
Yeah, William and Mary did well. They went a goal up, but they just couldn't cope with the overhanging, the looming threat from Tennessee. It was always coming. You could tell the rotation was sound in the early knock-ins of the game. It wasn't necessarily a lucky goal from William and Mary, because it definitely wasn't. They deserved that goal. They looked strong in the early knock-ins. But I would say that you could see that it was written in the stars, I guess you could say, for Tennessee in game 1. Getting into game 2, do William and Mary have what it takes to find what they found in the opening moments of that game 1? Can they replicate it for the whole game? Because that is what it's going to take to beat University of Tennessee. They're an incredibly talented team, and you can see it here. Timmy, just absolutely brutal, goes for the pinch, can't quite find the prediction on the save. Legacy with a nice hit on goal, but Dolphin,
nice.
You didn't see him there, crept up from out of nowhere with the goal. Beautiful stuff from William and Mary to go 1-0 ahead again.
He was like a little dolphin in the water there. He was lurking just below the surface, pops up, even has the splash emote to come out as he scores. Absolutely perfect. Not much chance the player on the line could do there for Tennessee. And once again, we do have William and Mary taking a fairly early lead. So a long, long way to go. 4.5 minutes, it's a long time, especially in Rocket League terms. Can they, it's not even can they hang on, because they had, like you said, George, so much pressure in the early knock-ins of game 1. They just couldn't find any extra goals. So they're going to just need to see if they can pick up more than one this time. They're going to want to try and get a couple early on and then see what they can do from there.
Legacy with no boost, unfortunately, that time. Dolphin chose to be the one to push it. Trimmy pushed on by Mikey. Dolphin with the push back further forward. Truth can't quite connect with a redirect, unfortunately. And once again, Tennessee looking to push forward. It is very much a patient man's game. Or, well, it's a patient game. We want to see if Hermes can do anything here. But Dolphin with a great clearance away. Dolphin can't quite redirect it off the wall. And it just does feel very much now of both teams trying to find a way into this game. Trying to find a way to break the deadlock.
Yeah, there might be a chance here for William and Mary. There's all 3 committed from Tennessee, but there's some good defense there again. And Dolphin just going to run it back towards his own goal a little here. And I know some people might say it's a little bit risky, but the truth is there. I'm sure there's plenty of comms to say that he was back there as well. It's one of those, isn't it? You have to have so much faith and commitment from your teammates as well. You have to know when they're going to be there. You have to have the confidence that they're going to make the save, make the block, make the pass. And there's another chance there, but Mikey is going to get there. Dolphin with the challenge does get a touch on it as well, and Trimmy's there to knock it high up with Legacy following up. And Legacy and Truth seem to be working like a little bit of a pair at the moment, with Dolphin doing a lot of the rotations in behind and getting those sort of sneaky shots.
Yeah, Dolphin, I'm not too sure, but Dolphin doesn't seem to be cropping up in those positions where you really want him to right now. On 0 boost, you can see there, might even just be simply boost starved, so he doesn't want to push to these difficult to get to shots. Great save there by Dolphin. Mikey going to follow it up. Shrimmy gets the touch forward, but shouldn't be anyone there in rotation. Truth can clear away, and yeah, it's just a bit of a... You just got to be patient in these moments. Wait for this first opportunity to open up, or, well, second opportunity to open up, because Tennessee still without a goal with just 2 minutes left. William and Mary still 1 goal ahead. Great save from Mikey. Had to be there for that one.
Yeah, Dolphin getting right back there. There's a little bump coming in. Is that going to come to anything? No, it is not. And like you said, you've got to be patient with Rocket League. You can't just go flying in and throw everybody forward straight away, because 1 goal is easy enough to come back from, and 2 would be a bit more awkward. You can see, again, Trimmy looking to recycle it out wide.
Great
it's
bench.
contested well, and I thought there was going to be nobody back there, but these players always know where to be at exactly the right time. Only a 1-0 scoreline so far. Obviously, the first game went to Tennessee by 4 goals to 1, so we're seeing a lot less goals. Still not too many big chances, but a lot of contesting kind of in the midfield.
Yeah, definitely. Chance Legacy was mid-air, couldn't quite direct his car in the right position. Good pass, though, into the midfield. Dolphin trying not to get baited into it, because would have had to push out quite far there. Truth, dangerous area, but Legacy can read the play, make sure he gets there. Truth knocks it to the midfield, cleared away once again, and yeah, like you said, it is very much just a midfield game at the moment. Hermes, though, looking for that double tap off the backboard, but couldn't quite find it. It was a great pass. Dolphin going forward, looking for some fancy 360. Oh. That would have been pretty nice.
That would have been decent from Dolphin. Yeah, we were saying that Dolphin hasn't sort of crept up in this game quite as much, apart from the early goal. Almost having a really good solo run there. And yeah, there's been a few more chances coming up now, with just over 30 seconds on the clock. Are we going to see any speed? Just about. I thought I was heading towards goal, but does actually run quite far wide in the end. There's a demo from Truth on Mikey, which will leave them a man down for a second. It's just too much on it there. Trimmy does enough just to ensure no one's following up. And Trimmy now with a demo on Legacy. And, you know, those respawn times from demos, only a couple of seconds. So, you know, if the ball's at one end of the field and you get demoed, you're okay. If it's near your own goal, your team will be in trouble. Just 10 seconds to go now. Tennessee need to find something. It's going to be now or never. Is it going to cut? Doesn't look like it.
That is going to be... Oh, no, ball has been kept up. There's still a chance. Rule 0 in play. Nobody can break it. Legacy, no. Touches the ground. Was looking for the sick aerial play, but William and Mary defying the odds. They don't care where they are on the table. They don't care who they're playing against. They're still going to play the best Rocket League they possibly can, and they played it there. I guess you could say a bit of a defensive masterclass. They scored the early goal, and then they just defended it out. You know, if you're 1-0 up and you can defend really well, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, I think it was almost not like they sort of parked the bus, was it? But, you know, they defended very, very well. There was still a couple of good chances there, and it's one of those things. I suppose in Rocket League you can't sit back and just defend, because eventually you're probably going to give up a goal for free. So, you know, you do need to keep on pressing, keep on going up for every contest. We saw a couple of good dribbles as well there, and we almost saw Dolphin go for a really good dribble through at one stage, but not quite. Yeah. But they did enough. They did enough, and that's all that matters. And now we are tied at the series at 1 win each. Obviously, it is a best of 5, so it's first to 3. On current form, we could be going all the way to the end.
I'm just having a quick look at the week 2 actually of EGF, and in week 2, William and Mary actually did beat University of Tennessee. It went to the final game. All 5 games were played out, and William and Mary won after reverse sweeping them. So you never know. You really do never know. Maybe they're crutch. Maybe University of Tennessee just can't figure out William and Mary. Who knows?
Yeah, I mean, every team has that kind of bogey team, don't they, as we like to call it. You know, the team that they just can't seem to get a result from, a team that they struggle to beat. And, you know, maybe William and Mary are that team for Tennessee, but still a long way to go. William and Mary have to stay positive. They've just come off the back of a 1-0 victory there. So, you know, they've scored in both games. They got a clean sheet in there, got a shutout. So Tennessee not even able to score in the second game.
Yeah, I guess, but at the same time, you know, you think to yourself, oh, we only scored 1 goal. How often are we going to be able to keep Tennessee out to 0 goals? And I guess you've just got to remain positive and remember and be positive with the, you know, your game sense and the game style of your team. You just got to stick to your game plan in those kind of situations and just hope that will get you through it all, because, well, we've seen here in these games so far tonight, William and Mary are clearly a very good team. Very good at defending.
Yeah, and there's another chance there. I thought Trimmy might have got something off the wall there. It was a really good play up high, and there was a relatively simple save in the end. And there's a lot of contested battles. We've already seen a couple of demos in this one, and there's a tap off the bar, and there's a follow-up as well, and it's Dolphin coming up with the goods. First shot of the game and first goal. And William and Mary, for the 3rd match running, have taken the lead against Tennessee. You wouldn't believe they're 14th in the standings and Tennessee are 4th, because they've taken the lead in every single match, and this is the 3rd of the best of 5. So, you know, they've scored first 3 times in a row, which is a pretty good stat to have tonight.
Yeah, it's absolutely brilliant, and there's another chance there for Truth. Can't quite find it. Legacy, though, puts it back in there. Trimmy there to clear away for Tennessee. And yeah, it's an incredible, well, it's just straight up incredible, isn't it? Because we really did not expect William and Mary to put up this kind of a fight and to play as well as they really have. It's, yeah, really good, clean Rocket League from them, and Tennessee just can't seem to break their lines. You know, we're just not seeing too many chances come out of Tennessee so far. They get the ball back in William and Mary's half, and then they kind of struggle to keep it up there. William and Mary just keep pumping it back and putting so much pressure on it. It must be difficult to play against. Very difficult.
Yeah, I think they've just got enough. They've always got someone on that rotation, haven't they? You know, they've got Dolphin back, and then I think they've got Legacy was hanging back that time. So, you know, there's always somebody that's, it's not necessarily playing sort of super defense, but, you know, they've got a player that is sat back all the time just to make sure. So they're just ensuring that they're solid at the back and nothing's going to come through. And it's a really good finish from Hermes there. Drills it in below, I think, was it Truth at the back there? Just couldn't get up. No, it wasn't Truth, it was Legacy, and it was just not right below. Beautiful awareness there. Saw Legacy coming up for the contestant. Yeah, low down, bounces it underneath, and yeah, just like that, we are tied again at 1 goal apiece.
Yeah, very difficult there for Legacy. You know, you go up, he puts it above you, he puts it below you. You don't go up, he puts it above you. It's a really difficult situation to be in. You could tell that he was trying to read it as a double tap and try and clear it away, but the ball had too much pace on it. Trimmy though puts the ball up in the midfield. Legacy once again misses the ball, almost a goal for Tennessee, as they've brought it back to 1-1 now, and they're starting to look more likely to go ahead and claim that lead for themselves. We'll have to see though, as Trimmy puts the ball forward. Dolphin tries to clear it away. Trimmy puts it in a great area. Legacy can't clear it away once again, but good defending in the end from Truth.
Yeah, it's one of those that as soon as they seem to get a goal, it's like the first minute or so, William and Mary come out and they're up for the match every single time straight away from the off. As soon as that first buzzer goes, they are ready. You know, they've scored first in all 3 games. And then it almost takes a minute and a half, and then Tennessee sort of find their rhythm a bit in the game, and they're kind of coming back strong. So there's a chance there for Truth, and it's going to be Trimmy actually with the block. And yeah, it was a good save at the other end from Truth actually. As well, considering that was kind of floated, the ball was kind of knocked over him. They were kind of the wrong side of the ball, managed to boost underneath it and just about keep it out.
Yeah, 100%. Hermes though putting it in a dangerous position for Trimmy. Truth can't quite get there in time, and Mikey gets another goal. Had a hat-trick in game 1, but couldn't convert in the second, but has bounced back here. And this could potentially be the game for Tennessee to bounce back. Still 57 seconds on the clock, though. William and Mary still with a chance.
Yeah, still with a chance. And, you know, they've kept up their sort of pattern so far. They've scored first in every game. They've only scored once in each game so far, though. So that would be the only concern for William and Mary so far, is just not their lack of goals necessarily, because they're doing well to score in every single match, but they just need to press on and figure out how they can get more than one. And there might be a chance here. It's another good save from Hermes. He's up there, and Legacy might steal in, but just can't make connection. There was a couple of players up for the contest there, and maybe just anticipating someone else getting the touch. Is Dolphin going to land on it? No, it was close. There was always the pinch on there to bounce it through, and Dolphin knocking it back towards own goal there. It might pay off here for Tennessee, and it's just that end product in this at the moment. It's just getting a little bit scrappy in the last few seconds. We're into the final 10 seconds, and William and Mary need a goal to go to overtime. It is not looking good. They've got too many forwards. Unless Legacy can get this up, they're going to have to play some miracle play here, and that one rolls out to a 2-1 Tennessee victory this time round.
Yep, Tennessee moving up to match point. Just need one more win, and then they will be on the cards to take this one home and take the points. William and Mary, though, they scored first again, and you can't take that away from them. It was another really good bit of play. They were defending solidly throughout the entire game. It was just a little bit unfortunate, really, wasn't it? The late goal came in. They only had a minute left of time. I thought they played very well, though, once again.
Yeah, I mean, they played well in each game so far. You know, they've scored in every game. They've kept Tennessee to a shutout already. So, you know, they've been playing well. It's just getting that end product and getting a few more goals. You know, we know they're capable of scoring. They scored first every single time, and it's just that difficulty of then knowing you've got the lead. You can't really ever sit back and just defend it. And I'm sure they're not trying to play that way. They just need to figure out how can they execute more goals, because the one goal is very rarely going to be enough in Rocket League to get that win.
Yeah, 100% true. It is a long old 5 minutes. It might not look like it on paper, but when you get in game and you feel the pace of the game, I tell you what, it is very, very much so. It's a great save from Trimmy, a really good demo as well, but Truth couldn't quite find the power in the shot to convert. Mikey puts it up, puts it back into the midfield, looking for Hermes. Can't quite connect with the pass that they were hoping. Truth tries to contest, Trimmy wins that. And Dolphin seems to be the, I don't know, maybe like the captain of the team. Seems very much at the centre of most, the starts of most players, and has been able to convert on a few times, but not as often as William and Mary would hope for.
Yeah, I think that is the thing right now, is William and Mary, like we said in the kind of in between the games there, that, you know, they've scored in every game. They've scored first in every game as well. So they love that early pressure, and maybe it's just that Tennessee take a bit longer to get used to the speed of the game, because not every single match will be played with the same speed. You know, over the course of a best of 5, if you play the same opponents 5 times in a row, you know, every single game is going to be so different. You even look at the score lines. You know, we've had a
There we go.
1-4, a 1-0, and a 1-2. And again, for the fourth game in a row, every single match so far, William and Mary have scored first. Lovely touch off the backboard there. Legacy in the perfect place at the perfect time. 1-0 William and Mary again.
Yeah, what's going on? I don't know what it is. Maybe it's early game nerves for Tennessee. Who knows? But either way, once again, another great demo from Truth, and then obviously the converted shot for the goal from Legacy. And yeah, lovely stuff once again coming out from William and Mary. Just can they do it more than once this game? They're looking for a lot more demos early on in this one, though. I will have to say they did a few more towards the end of last game, but this game looking a lot more aggressive again.
Yeah, there's a lot more demos, and we do love a demo because sometimes it can just be to, you know, get in the heads of your opponents, maybe just to troll a little. So it's something that can be used as well, though, as a strategy. You know, if you can take your opponents out of the game, you know, you open up opportunities for yourself. You've got to do it in the right area at the right time. But yeah, you know, you've got to be careful. And apparently, according to Twitch chat, Legacy is William and Mary's captain, and Dolphin is indeed a very, very experienced player.
Yeah, Dolphin seems like a bit of a beast, to be honest. Legacy, though, I'm loving the car. I'm loving the car loadout, to be honest. It is very, very clean. I think Dolphin's actually looks pretty much exactly the same to mine, and that would explain why he's getting so many goals. He must be a beast of a player, obviously. I kid. William and Mary, though, still 1-0, still looking to try and get that second. And Tennessee, oh, Dolphin, it would have been absolutely ridiculous if he'd have got that pinch there. William and Mary still teasing, still looking for that chance. Legacy, can he juke out Mikey? Let's see.
No boost.
Well defended. No boost.
Yeah, no boost. It was just that kind of trying to switch up left, right, trying to give him, not really the eyes, give him the wheels, I guess. But yeah, couldn't quite find his way through. And it's one of those things, you know, you get into a great position, you're out of boost, and there's absolutely nothing you can do because, you know, the base speed of the cars is just nowhere near enough to do anything, really. And there might be a chance here. Legacy can't do enough. Just overcooked it a little. Couldn't sort of, almost needed a bit of a backflip there to kind of reset and get a little bit further back. And yeah, Trimmy gets away with it nicely. And yeah, Legacy just unable to keep that one out. And we're under 2 minutes now, back to 1-1.
Yeah, Legacy was just getting bumped quite a bit there, unfortunately. Couldn't quite get himself back into the position. Dolphin, though, taking it up off the backboard. Nice. I don't think he got the flip reset, but it was still nice. Trimmy, maybe looking for the double tap, but got too much backfire off taking the ball, getting too far underneath it, maybe. Truth, 0 boost, but looking to wave dash his way down the wing. Trimmy puts it up. Dolphin is the one to connect and puts it up nicely, sets itself nicely, maybe looking for the double tap, but just not enough room between him and the ball to be able to get there.
Yeah, one thing I'm noticing with Dolphin actually is Dolphin seems to be in this game preferring a lot more kind of aerial play, knocking the ball up rather than, you know, across or downwards. It's kind of keep the ball up high, looking for maybe a set off the backboard there, but yeah, just can't seem to find it at the moment. We're really tight in this game at 1 goal each, and just coming up to the 1 minute mark now. Remember, this is match point for Tennessee, so if they do win, oh, there might be a chance though. Oh. Hermes on the line, last man standing.
Yeah, great defending once again coming out from Tennessee. I thought that was going to be a sure thing on that goal. Trimmy knocks it up. Can he get there first? Of course he can. He's really, really quick here. Can he get up for the aerial though? Dolphin bats it away. Hermes is there to read it. Gets the 1-2. Troth knocks it down. And yeah, once again, just both teams defending well. Trying to find that goal to potentially, well, you'd like to think so, with just 25 seconds to go, to win them the game.
Yeah, I think I would actually love to see William and Mary get this goal, though, because this has been such a great series, and they may well get it. Legacy is flying down, but no boost again, runs out at a crucial time, and Dolphins up high once again with those aerials. There's 2 players challenging, 5 seconds on the clock. It's going to be now or never. It will be Truth with nobody down. Nobody down for Tennessee. They both got the contested. I think they actually bumped each other as well. There was a demo in the corner from Dolphin, actually, that was kind of off screen there, that has probably set that goal and ensured that one coming home. William and Mary 2-1 up, 2 seconds to go.
Absolutely beautiful stuff coming out from Truth, and there it is. William and Mary win game number 4, and it looks, well, it doesn't look like it. It definitely is going to the 5th goal. We are going to get a best of 5. We are going to get the full Game 5 experience. The question is, who is going to take it home? Both teams have looked incredible in the games they've won. Both teams have even looked great when they've been losing. The question is, Matt, who do you think is going to take this one home?
It's difficult. I mean, if you're a betting man, you'd have to say William and Mary are going to score first again because they've done it in every single game so far. We're on to the 5th. If they score first again, I don't know what to say. I guess all we say to Tennessee is just sure up your first 2 or 3 minutes. That's all you need to do. Probably not even 3 minutes, just your first minute and a half, 90 seconds to 2 minutes. It's all been William and Mary every game so far. They've scored first in every single one. They haven't scored a lot of goals, William and Mary, so that'll be the only concern. They scored, 1, 1, 1, and 2. But that one, the second goal there coming was beautiful demo from Dolphin. It was actually off screen. We missed that while it happened live and saw it on the replay.
But here we go, ladies and gentlemen. It is time for the final game in this best of 5 between William and Mary and University of Tennessee. Let's see who is going to be able to do it. Legacy once again in the midfield area. Dolphin goes up for it. Nice attempt. Can he get the redirect off the wall? Can't quite do it. Looking to try and set it up for his teammate. Truth receives well down the other end. And William and Mary starting things off brightly on the front foot. The University of Tennessee will get their opportunity to. It's a nice touch from Dolphin. Hermes clearing it off the backboard. And yeah, fairly a normal start to this series.
Yeah, it seems that way. William and Mary just seem to love the opening 90 seconds, I think. They're just kind of all over it. They come straight out of the gate. They're not hesitating anything at all. And I guess that's another thing you've got to have. You have to have that commitment. If you're going to go up for something, you've got to follow through, regardless of any other challenges. Dolphin off the backboard, and Trimmy reads it well. Trimmy might be able to force it down the other end of the field as well. Legacy does miss that one, and there's going to be the first goal this time going the way of Tennessee and Hermes. There was possibly a little mistake there from Legacy. Went up for it, got a bit underneath it, maybe a bit too far away really to make any impact. And Hermes there, empty net, easy as you like. 1-0 Tennessee for the first time in the series.
Yeah, well, if you were a betting man, you would also be a very silly man because William and Mary have not scored first this time around. Good demo. Mikey can get there, but Tennessee should be able to get the rebound, should be able to get the following chance. Mikey pushing into 2 players. William and Mary just can't seem to clear it away fast enough right now. Not getting much tempo behind them. Legacy of a good hit, but once again, Trimmy there to receive. Good pass, but unfortunately, Mikey can't quite get on the end of it. Dolphin can't get... Look at this. The William and Mary players just fumbling right now, trying to get the ball away, and surely Tennessee are going to punish them sooner rather than later. It does look like it is... Well, it's all Tennessee at the moment, isn't it?
Yeah, William and Mary there just having a couple of contests completely missed. Communication going out the window potentially there for a few seconds. Maybe just been rattled by the goal that's been conceded. They know they're up against it in terms of the standings. There might be a chance for Legacy, but can't make contact. Bit of an awkward one. We've seen them making those contacts all night, but yeah, maybe it's just kind of the best of 5. This is where the players really need to get there. And Dolphin's trying to do it all alone, hangs it up. There was no boost to really make anything effective happen, and it's cleared off the line. Legacy puts it back in the middle. There's no one up there, and Mikey's able to get rid of it, and Truth is out the boost.
Yeah, it was a good pass in the middle, though. It had a good opportunity to get the redirect. Trimmy, though, reads that one perfectly. Truth also does so with some good defending. And, yeah, it just seems like at the minute, Tennessee are just getting the ball bounced back to them quite kindly. William and Mary can't seem to follow up on a lot of their passes right now. Still plenty of time left in the game, though. Legacy with a good, really nice demo. Truth can't quite get the power on the pass to get it to Legacy. Dolphin, nice little redirect. Going to force Mikey to go for it, but well defended and a great save once again. Legacy just flying through the air. And, yeah, back in the midfield department once again, where Tennessee look to go on an attack.
Yeah, there's a chance here for Dolphin. It's going to take something special to get all the way and almost gets there. Truth follows up, but gets a little underneath it. It was hotly contested. I'm not sure who it was, and Legacy is back there. Yeah, we've seen Legacy a few times kind of going up to challenge and, in the wrong position at the wrong time. It was a lovely demo there, but just inches wide, maybe a ball width away. Dolphin looks for the flick up. It's just going to come off the side, and the follow-ups aren't there. Truth looking to knock it back to the middle, and once again, Tennessee defending in numbers and defending really well.
Yeah, defending really well, but William and Mary now they need to hang on. No more goals can be conceded, and they need to wait for that opportunity to get that attack off. Dolphin looking to go forward, but Trimmy is there on the rotation. Got plenty of boost, got plenty of time. Good touch there from Hermes. Gives it to Mikey. Truth manages to read that one. Legacy, nice shot, but unfortunately couldn't quite get there on the follow-up. Not the greatest clearance from Trimmy, but Hermes is there to redirect it. Dolphin could go up for this aerial. Mikey already there, looks to contest it. And yeah, right now it is just a lot of, contesting of balls, passes not quite hitting their targets. We just need that one final big attack from William and Mary. They need to push it over the line. The question is, can Tennessee get one more goal to seal the deal?
Yeah, it's go time now. 30 seconds left on the clock. Trimmy is just going to kind of keep the ball airborne right now, make it as awkward as they can for William and Mary, because William and Mary have to score another goal for Tennessee, and it is all over. Dolphin in the right place at the right time there, but now has no boost. Maybe looking to play a bit of a guard here and just sort of block off players in front. We're into the final few moments of this. Tennessee could win. It's going to be so close. They've got to get the ball airborne. Time is up. William and Mary need a bit of a miracle here if they're going to get the ball at the other end. And it is going to end with 1-0 in the final match of the series. I tell you what a way to kick off the night, though, guys. Absolutely thrilling game between Tennessee and William and Mary. It was 4th versus 14th, and it went right down to the wire. Huge credit to William and Mary, scoring first in the first 4 games. And it's just the way that they didn't score first in the last game, and it was the only goal. It's just didn't fall for them in that last game.
No, it really didn't. It really didn't. They managed to score in all the other games, but couldn't in the grand final. And the first series between these two teams this season went down to the best of 5 final. William and Mary picked it up the first time. They could not this time around, though. Tennessee definitely going to be happy with themselves. Definitely going to be feeling good as they look to continue onwards in this season, looking to move up further along that table. But I think we do have an interview coming up from Mikey, so that one's going to be very interesting. Mikey obviously was a player last game for Tennessee, played very, very well, got himself a hat-trick in the first game, if I remember correctly.
Could have done, yeah. I'm not sure that there was the highest scoring game actually of the night, the first game with 4-1. So, yeah, I know there's a few fans in chat. I think of Hermes saying that Hermes was there for a carry or whatever. So we'll have to ask Mikey if that's the usual case. But yeah, we'll hop to a short break and be back with that interview with Mikey very shortly.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to EGFC Season 4, Week 12. We have indeed got an interview with the player of the game from University of Tennessee. It is going to be Mikey joining us. Mikey, congratulations on the win. How do you feel?
Um, I don't feel the best, but I feel it always feels good to take out a W for the day.
Good to hear.
Yeah, the only thing I wanted to ask was how did you guys cope going 1-0 down in every game? Because William and Mary scored first in the first 4 matches today.
I actually didn't know that stat. Like when you're playing the game, you kind of just don't think about it. Um, I think as a player though, I kind of play better whenever I'm down goals versus up goals. So I don't know, just keep playing our game. I just always feel that like we will have opportunities when it comes, and we just always capitalize on those. So yeah, I guess we came out with the win today.
Decent.
Good
So,
stuff.
the final, well, throughout the season.
Actually, we've in the last EGF season we played William and Mary. I think only once, and we lost to them too. It was a reverse sweep, and then we played earlier, last was it semester, and we got reverse swept again, and then we played scrims, and we lost in scrims again too.
Ooh.
So yeah, so we I don't know what it is with this team. On record, they're not as strong as we are, I don't believe, but I don't know. They're just something about them is just they have it out for us. So I don't know what it is, but man, it's just like it feels good to take out the W.
Yeah, for sure. I felt like you played well throughout all the games, regardless of what the score was. I thought both teams showed solid fundamentals throughout both of the games, and yeah, it was very interesting to see how it played out. And thank you very much for taking part of the interview, and congratulations once again on the win. Is there anything else that you want to say before we send the lovely viewers home, Mikey?
Yeah, shout out to William and Mary. It's always fun playing them. They're always so sweet, so competitive. So I always shout out to them. I shout out to my team for carrying me through this through those matches, and then I shout out to my mom and Ariana Grande for pulling us out to the win today.
Well, thank you
Thank you
very
guys.
much, Mikey. Thank you very much, mate. So, Matt, what a fantastic night of Rocket League for us once again. How have you enjoyed it?
Yeah, absolutely great game to kick off the night. It's always great to go to a best of five, come down to the final game. It was tight all the way. But yeah, Tennessee are going to move on. They were joint fourth. They're going to be moving on. Hopefully, they'll sort of sit in maybe like fourth or third now on their own as well. So, but yeah, that's it from myself and George. So take it away, George.
Yeah, it's been a cracking night for us, but we do have more Rocket League indeed coming up for you, ladies and gentlemen. We've got Southern Utah versus UT Arlington coming up after this break, and Septilence and Tenric will be taking over from ourselves. So once again, thank you very much for watching. Hopefully you have enjoyed it, and we'll see you again same time next week, same place.
Hello there, everybody, and welcome back to the EGFC Rocket League Wednesdays. I am Septilence, joined by Teneric, and we are super excited. We're bringing you not one, not two, not three, but three back-to-back banger series, starting off Southern Utah University versus UT Arlington. Teneric, what's going on, man? How you feeling?
It's good to be back again, Septilence, as always, to cover the EGF Rocket League middle block over here on the main channel. Got to remind you guys to pop over, if you have some other monitors, to the other Rocket League matches happening over at EGF Rocket League. I believe they are just about to get into their Xavier versus Seton Hall University in about half an hour, so get excited for that. In the meantime, let's talk about the Southern Utah UT Arlington matchup. UT Arlington, of course, one of the legendary teams when it comes to EGF Rocket League, a team currently and consistently in CRL. Usually they don't even bring their main roster to these games, and yet currently they are 10-1.
Yeah, UT Arlington comes out strong here in the EGFC, and we talk about this every time we see them, is they live this legacy even outside of Rocket League. Here at the EGF, this is one of the strongest programs we have on consistency, and it's amazing. Oh my god, I started to lose my voice a little bit. Southern Utah University, though, definitely coming out swinging, trying their best to find opportunities to strike, to find a little bit of momentum and power on their favor. And if I'm not mistaken, not doing too poorly this season either.
Yeah, they haven't, they had a really rough go at it in the earlier part of the season. A lot of forfeits that they were forced to, actually, on top of just a lot of tough matchups. But in this second split, they've actually popped off a little bit. They were able to find a win last week up against Washington State University. That was a 3-0 dub for them. So that already puts them into some middle of the pack status to find a game like that. We're able to put one up against Montana 2 weeks ago. And the week before that, in week 9 on February 1st, they played against William & Mary and were able to get a game on them. So again, solid performances against some solid teams, but never a chance this split to really break into the upper echelon.
Yep.
Arlington is certainly an opportunity to try and do that at the very least.
Sambo wants to give UTA some space early, but D-Town there to shut down that early offense. 15 seconds off the clock. UT Arlington looking for that first goal, and that's something we'll often see from a team like Arlington is they'll score early and then just kind of stagger that lead as long as they can. But if you can shut them down like Southern Utah is for the moment, you can keep it into 0-0 long enough to maybe sneak in a goal of your own. Great aerial gameplay from Adverse here. D-Town, they're to block out that goal once again.
Great preventative play to start things out coming from Southern Utah. They're playing at the same pace that Arlington is, which is a must for this matchup to work. You don't want to devolve to a shootout against a team that is so good at shootouts.
Yeah.
Arlington taking the ball back from their side. Silent, a bit of a miss here, whiffing to the corner. Nava not quick to it, though. Southern Utah support system continuing to rage on as this first minute ends. And Silent actually has a boot into an open net. Southern Utah finds the first goal of the game.
Silent will not go silent through game number 1. Going to actually be the first to make some noise. That first goal on the board puts UTA in a spot they're often not familiar with, is being down on a game. UT Arlington, what did you say, 10-1? This is a team not very used to losing, and I'm certain they don't want to get any more familiar with it here tonight.
Arlington's only loss this season so far, I believe, was to University of Hawaii after
That
they
checks
had
out.
to bring in a full squad of subs.
Oh,
as well.
right!
So it was a B team that ended up taking that L for Arlington's favor because they had a CRL game at the same time. So even that game isn't really a proper representation of how well UT Arlington does in the EGF. It's just a way to prove that UTA, sometimes they don't have the modicum to fill up for the EGF slots. And so sometimes they'll have some subs, you know, try their hand at things, which we see Arlington pretty commonly do. And yet, like I said again, even those teams can grab the 10 wins that we've seen so far, and now this Arlington squad able to continue applying that pressure. Still some catch-up to play, but Samba's got the sky into the potential double tap, and Adverse is able to find it. Arlington ties things up.
Ties things up about 2 minutes into the game, so a little slower than Arlington's probably used to, but they go for a guaranteed goal here. The double tap, phenomenal. Adverse over 2 defenders. Ties up the game, 1-1 on the board. Going to be a strong start for UT Arlington. Southern Utah keeping it close. Close, never going to win you the matchup, though, Tenric. This team needs to find another goal. They need to walk away with that first game win to give themselves lion's share of momentum going into the rest of the series.
And to double check, this is indeed the entire main roster of UT Arlington.
Yes.
Adverse, Samba, Nova, yeah. So this is full blast for Southern Utah to face off against. And the fact that they've been able to work this well so far is already quite impressive out of a team that is usually such a dominant force. Southern Utah really putting things on. We've seen the grind from Hawkins, Silent, and D-Town, but Arlington throws everything they've got at the goal. Saba able to find a goal out of it, and Arlington will take the lead.
This is what I was worried about. I said it way back in the first minute of the matchup. I said, you know, if you let UT Arlington score, they're going to continue to do so whether you want them to or not. It's a tough spot to be in, and right now UT Arlington finding themselves one goal about 30 seconds after the first. It was a drought in the beginning of game 1, but as soon as they got warmed up, as soon as they found their space to shine, they came out swinging like we always expect them to do.
And another carry from Adverse into the upper 90. A great third goal. It looks like Arlington has really woken up and is looking to run away with this game.
We're going to run away with this game. UT Arlington 3-1 on the board. We're not even at halftime yet, and this team has to be feeling confident, Tenric. This is the exact momentum they wanted. They got to the top of the hill, and now for Southern Utah, it might be all downhill from here.
Arlington's had a massive jump in the West. Overperforming their standards are quite high on that front, on stream. So all that pressure to deal with in the first place, working out pretty well for them so far, and they don't look to stop now, especially in this EGF, which, like you said, Arlington has maintained such a dynasty in just about every game at some point or another. In Rocket League, they're royalty. In Smash, they are deities as well here in EGF. So much to show for all of the effort that they put into this esport program. Southern Utah has gained a lot of ground back, though, and have been able to maintain possession for a while. Arlington has slowed down the gameplay to focus a little more on defense, but even that doesn't cover all the bases. Samba can race back in time to prevent D-Town's first attempt at goal, and the cycle is not there to continue after Arlington leaves themselves a bit too open. Another boot by D-Town, shut down again, and Southern Utah running low on opportunities and time here in Game 1.
90 seconds left. As my feed froze for just a moment, that goal going to go wide for D-Town. Southern Utah still at a 3-1 deficit.
Nava, good 50 to turn into Adverse, potentially touching it back, but D-Town, good 50. Samba, back again, Silent will bring it back. Southern Utah trying to play for these counters, and they're quick. But Arlington is just too skilled and has too much setup, too much time to keep this defense rolling. 45 seconds to go. Adverse has another attempt. And another bit of passive play will lead to Arlington not necessarily trying as hard to get these goals, just trying to maintain that pressure, that possession. And it is working very, very well for them in this last little bit. Nava, fun little flip to try and catch SUU off guard, but sadly, not going to be able to farm any freestyling clips for Twitter, at least in this first game. But Arlington, in a perfect world, will have just 2 more games to try and farm those clips today. As with 15 seconds left, Southern Utah still stuck on their own side. It looks like it's going to be an Arlington dub here for game number 1.
Yeah, it was a slow start for Arlington, but hey, we get warmed up, we make the action happen, and that's what matters at the end of the day. UTA 3-1 in game number 1, trying to make it 3-0. At least 2 more tries to strike. Southern Utah made UTA bleed early. They found a goal, so they saw there is an opportunity to strike, but UT Arlington adapted fast enough to make it very difficult for Southern Utah to keep up with the pace at play.
Just really able to smother by the end of that game and see how that momentum can carry going forward. But we've talked about Southern Utah's players a good amount, and we've seen nothing but improvement from them. They know how to get reads on players pretty quickly. They know how Arlington operates. They have watched and played against this team numerous times already. And so that adaptation, especially with how well they performed against the Pacific coming from Arlington, I mean, they were able to maintain possession for a good couple seconds at a time. I think they had a solid like 45-second possession in that last 2-minute area. So I'm excited to see what Southern Utah can carry into it, but you cannot allow Arlington to find anything. You can't hand anything over because they will run away with it so quickly.
Yeah, absolutely. We got the perfect example of that. It was like, okay, you scored once, and then all of a sudden there were 3 on the board in less than a minute. It's not the momentum that they wanted to bring to the table, but it's the momentum they unfortunately brought to the table. UTA, first game win on the board, and Southern Utah finds themselves in a very advantageous position to maybe score first once again.
It was definitely a good way to catch Arlington off guard. We saw them wake up a little bit more over the course of this game. And so giving Arlington that wake-up call a second time, definitely a statement piece that could be made. But now that Arlington has warmed up, now that they've taken this first game, now that they realize this matchup that they've got, Arlington is able to continue to defend, and maintain the lion's share of this first minute of possession. Attempted setup will come through. Adverse able to blow by 2 to find that goal.
The goal comes out notably earlier than back in game number 1. It took Southern Utah, I think, closer to 90 seconds to find that goal early, but Utah only 45 seconds have passed and they put themselves in the lead. This team, I mean, raw momentum-based team, the second they get an advantage over you, you bet your bottom dollar they're going to take it and most likely keep it.
Off the backboard again, Samba just tries to get it done himself. Can't immediately, though. Southern Utah continuing to have to defend, though. Arlington has such a solid command over this match so far. And Southern Utah, they're coming with some more ideas. They're coming with some more creativity, but Arlington's mechs are just looking better by the second, and that matters so much more at this point. If you can't match the neutral for the neutral, if you can't match the interaction for the interaction, then coming up with new ideas will be irrelevant. Samba will finally find his first goal of the game after Adverse decides to hand things off from the triple tap off the woodwork.
Not even 2 minutes off the clock, not even close. Hardly a minute has come and gone, and UTA absolutely just trial by fire here. It took them a moment to warm up, but once that moment passed, this team has continued the pace we expect. And it's fascinating because there's a lot of teams here in the EGFC where we see kind of that whole W play style where they're constantly in your face, they're constantly hyper-aggressive, and the teams are often very high scoring. We consider them some of the best in the program, but UTA doesn't really live up to that same expectation of constantly holding W. Their defense can perfectly match their offense. They can adapt at the drop of a hat, and I think that's part of the reason they can be kind of a sleeper team, so to speak. When we talk about the high plays, the high stakes teams, we don't really talk about UTA because, well, they're not as flashy. By golly, they're just as, if not more consistent than some of the teams that we talk about being at the top of the roster.
Couldn't be more true. Arlington's just good. Simple as that.
Real.
They're always a team in the conversation. They're always a team that no one can really doubt on the day. They will always get the job done. Sometimes they'll lose, but they lose to better teams. They never lose to worse teams.
Yeah, right. There's very rarely an underdog story against Arlington. They play with such an aggressive consistency at this high tier that teams that simply can't meet that tier are not going to beat that tier. I'm not saying Southern Utah is one of them. I do believe Southern Utah has the keys to win this. It's just going to be an uphill climb no matter what. Half of game number 2 has already come and gone, and UTA 2 points on the board. I don't think Southern Utah's even really had a shot on goal since the first 10, 12 seconds of the game.
They really haven't had much time at all. Good boot from Silent, but it's not really to anything. And Southern Utah has just had to play so preventatively here. Gonna try and find a pinch into D-Town, actually. Good reposition, but not really on target. Do they have the cycle to work on this? D-Town too? Silent almost works. But it gets away, and Arlington has a carry back.
D-Town finds a demolition onto Adverse. It's going to be a fast from Silent down center field. It's going to be interrupted by all 3 defenders from UTA. They're blocking the goal with every breath they have to take. We're down to 105 seconds left on the clock. That's like 55-ish seconds, 52 seconds for Southern Utah to find 2 goals. That's 50 seconds per goal, and we're already down to only 50. Southern Utah, statistics definitely working against them. They haven't found a goal in 3.5 minutes. Who's say they're going to in only 90 seconds?
I mean, they didn't find a goal in the last, what, 4 minutes or 3 minutes of the previous game, too. They've already experienced quite the drought. And Arlington is just looking to continue that. They have the agency to not have to completely, but Southern Utah on the verge of having a 9-minute strong drought of goals if this continues. But weaving through at least a little. Samba can't get a full boom, so has to try and double commit to it, but D-Town chows. Silent, great take from center stage, and no one is free to defend on that arc. The drought concludes, and Arlington is back under pressure.
Arlington, all of a sudden, 61 seconds. Instead of 2 goals, it's down to only 1, and that is a lot more achievable for the side of Southern Utah. With 60 seconds, they need to find just 1 goal to force an overtime, 2 to take a victory in game number 2 and take us to game number 4, somewhere Arlington hasn't been, if I'm not mistaken, in quite a while. And Nava wants to make sure they don't break that streak here today. An immediate, what is that, a 3-second goal off the kick. Nava finds a wall bounce, nobody there to boot, and that's UTA up 3-1.
That's such a nuts angle. That is so not intentional from either side.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely.
But wow, that was a really crazy goal. That Southern Utah kind of just has to sit with. That's kind of just how the game goes sometimes. And Arlington technically had that better touch, and so they have the goal because of it. Kickoffs so volatile, but so are these cars sometimes. Double demo for Southern Utah to turn into something. Silent again but Samba breaks away. Southern Utah not done yet, though. D-Town has the boost to keep it going, and Nava, simply put, did not. So Hawken finds an easy carry back. Good 50 touch into it. Silent tries to get it over, but does not have a good bounce, and so Adverse can take it away. 20 seconds to go. UTA now on the breakout, and this game might just be a wash as well, with an identical scoreline to the previous game, no less. But midfield maybe taken back. Adverse. Oh, beautiful stopper. That's so much time wasted. And the double flip over another. That's going to do it.
That is going to seal game number 2 with an identical scoreline to game number 1. 3-1 on the board for UT Arlington. Silent goes for a shot, not able to line it up, and hey! Oh, Tenric, you know what that does? That hurts, because if you go back to that goal that nobody meant to score, this would have gone right into overtime, but UTA, thanking their lucky stars, they got that goal earlier. They win by just a single point, and they're only one game, a hypothetical 5 minutes away from winning a 3-0.
Yeah, Arlington still got to watch their backs going forward. Southern Utah, they still have their hearts in the fight, and that's something else that I really, really respect. Even going against a team like this, they see it as nothing but an opportunity to try something new, to keep playing and just test themselves, and that worked out so well. They got so much done that game. They ended up taking more shots in the long run, and so I think that while Southern Utah, again, may still not be capable of taking this back or even getting a third game or even getting their first game, they're still going to put up this fight, and Arlington is going to really have to pull out of all the stops to make sure this is as clean a win as possible, because Arlington has that playoff berth, but right now they're fighting for that upper seeding, and here in EGF, it is a frenzy to find the upper echelon.
Yeah, seeding is an absolute make or break that a lot of these teams are looking for right now. You look at teams with, I mean, there's some teams that are too successful to fail right now. 10-1 scoreline. I'm pretty sure you could lose every game in this split and maybe still make playoffs. Like, there's a very real possibility. Like you said, they're fighting tooth and nail to get that good seed placement moving into that playoff season. Trying to put a 3-0 on the board. We know that if it comes down to a tied win-loss ratio, it will go to score differential against your opponents. So UT Arlington, the more points they can put on the board, the better. They've got one more game to really try to rack up some extra points.
Yeah, going arounds and then by score. So being that team that is around the middle of the pack, a lot of teams are going to have a pretty similar record to yours. So you really want to get your licks in while you can. And if you're swept, you want to make it close, which so far Southern Utah is. They're going to try and make sure it's not a sweep, obviously. But if they are, then this isn't something to really cry about, because you get your matchup with Arlington out of the way before the real tail end of the season. You're able to keep your standings relatively afloat after this matchup if Arlington is able to take this victory now. But again, that is not so easy. Some postpartum aggression from SUU to start things out. Samba will carry it back, though, has the flip to the corner. Adverse is a little too ahead of it, and so has to reset things for UTA.
The reset comes out for UTA, nearly a minute off the clock. They'd found a point already here in game number 2, but game 3 maybe just a wee bit slower. Samba whiffs the goal. It falls a little short, and we do hang out at that 0-0, but UTA living in the front line of Southern Utah here, living in their back third and trying to find a goal to put themselves in a possible winner's chair with a 3-0. Hawken, phenomenal shot, crossbar a little too low, and it does box it out once again. Phenomenal air dribble play from UTA, past all 3 defenders and Adverse. Sinks it in, 1-0 on the board.
Wow, wow, wow. That was absolutely beautiful. D-Town, unfortunately, unable to follow it properly. Did a really great job. Got down with it, but just a little too late.
Yeah.
And Adverse escapes with that first goal of the game once again in less, or in a little more than the first minute here. Oh, Hawken, bad chow. Same with Silent. It's down to D-Town to defend. Will do it for now. Arlington having the first say. Need to hold on to this lead. They're going to try and extend it here now.
Looking to extend the lead is exactly what this team wants to do. We talk about their consistency. They take a lead, and they tend to just keep it until the game comes to a close. They've got a 1-point lead already, but as we all know, all our Rocket League lovers, we know that a 1-point lead is hardly a lead at all, because the moment your opponent scores, you find yourselves back against the wall. It's a tied game, and you're essentially reset down to that 0-0. 2 minutes off the clock. UTA looking for that second point to feel just a little bit better of their odds of winning game 3.
Adverse putting it up. Once again, some time burned away for Samba to make it back. And the cycle can begin again. Adverse unable to follow again. Southern Utah's done a great job of being able to juke Arlington out just as often as vice versa. But Adverse against the world, and Silent has such a good drag forced to Nava to take it back. Southern Utah really able to do this dance. D-Town has an opening, and will find the first goal. for Southern Utah to tie things up.
Here we go, a tie-up a lot earlier than we needed one. The only tie we've seen was back in game number 1. It was a 1-1 where UTA met Southern Utah, but this time Southern Utah is taking the reins. They put that goal on board, in D-Town really trying to deadlift this team at least to a game number 4. Has the entire second half of game 3 to try and make that happen. Does this light a fire underneath UTA? Are they going to try to answer as fast as possible to dismiss any hopes of Southern Utah trying to win this game?
D-Town taking it back, followed the whole way through. Leaves Adverse the only one available, and D-Town takes care of him. Nava attempting to take the front door. A little mispositioned. Hawkin tries to punish, but it's not on target. And Samba will take it back all by himself, almost all the way in.
It's going to be close, but close never going to cut it. Close only going to count in horse hand and 2 grenades, but let's see if Samba can line things up a little bit cleaner. A whiff off to the side. It's unfortunate. No follow through into the corner, and we're still tied up at that 1-1. 2 minutes remain. A great demolition from Nava opens up the floodgates for UTA once again. That aerial dribble from Adverse has been deadly, but Silence the one to sneak in and try to put a goal down. Just barely able to make it back in line, and Nava locks it out. 150 remains. Both teams cutting it so close, but nobody able to break that lead quite yet.
Samba and Silent clashing. Nava clearing. Very basic play we're seeing from both sides now. They've been reverted to bare bones tactics. You just gotta play some Rocket League. You can't play anything else right now. Just to keep this sweep alive. That's how much this matters to Arlington. To find all the games, all the boosts that they can after they have that one loss. Because Arlington really wanted that top spot. And it may be out of their control now. It may be completely out of reach with the rise of some of these of this, other end, these other teams, Northern Arizona, who is undefeated, who may be unreachable at that stage. So Arlington really wants to cling onto this number 2 spot, and even then, it's close. Seton Hall, the team right behind them, only because they've had a week off, along with a couple other teams, has the exact same round differential as Arlington.
And Seton Hall, we have to talk as well. Against Xavier right now, I would say if I had to put my money on it, I would assume Seton Hall's going to win that.
Yeah. So Arlington really having to hold it down. And the rest of the season is not going to be that easy, I believe. Next week, they'll have to go up against Montana. Week after that, they have Washington State, which they should be fine in. Then Southern Utah again on March 15th.
No.
Now, that's oh man, that's awesome. And then North Dakota will be their final matchup of the season. So, there it is.
All right. Well, looks like
right.
we're going to be done a little bit faster than maybe we presumed. Adverse
Okay.
puts it down, but Tenrick, I think you bring up a great point. These teams going head-to-head again on March 15th. With it being as close as it's been nearly every game, that's going to be really exciting. It's going to be on the shoulders of Southern Utah to show us they took those weeks and they took that time off to improve, make some changes, and answer back. They've kept UTA at the edge, but unfortunately could just never push them off, and unless we get a buzzer-beater goal here, that is a 3-0 sweep in favor of UT Arlington. Very well done, an incredible performance from them.
Well, there's still an open net here.
No
so
way!
They may be able to find the arc! And we're not done yet, Septilence!
Welp! Wow. All right. Just when you think we're going to be wrapping things up here, Southern Utah not going out silently. They want to try and force a game 4 at the very least. Samba just kissing the ball. Cannot stop the momentum fast enough. 2-2 on the board. We've got an overtime, the first of the day. Is Utah going to be able to put something down early and force that 4th game?
Got to do it now. They want to be quick. They want to be painful. Hawkin first shot. Setup's there. But Arlington is looking a little sloppy. They're looking a little disheveled. After they thought they had that first game down pat, Samba unable to clutch out the save. And Southern Utah, beautiful way to keep this party bus going. Hawkin, again, great drive. Arlington kept to a condensed defensive cycle.
Ooh.
But D-Town challenged through. Nava able to rise back up. Midfield controlled once again by UTA. Drop
No
through.
way.
Adverse is ready for it, though. Silent with the save. Southern Utah has 2 on goal, and now 2 outside of goal. But Samba winning 1 challenge forces Hawkin to take the other. And Hawkin will now take the reins for the attack as well. Won't get far, though. And UTA starting to build up some momentum. SUU needs a huge boom in order to save this game. That might be the one from Silent. Nava has to return fire, and SUU gets a little bit of ground back.
A minute on the clock already, and that timer continuing to count up until somebody scores just like that. What a clean and gorgeous moment from Nava there. Let's take another look at it. We see the rotation up and around. Nava off the wall, shot through Silent, through the defense, and right into goal to give UTA a flashy goal to clean up that third and final game. That is still a 3-0 victory, and UT Arlington remain hypothetically undefeated, except for that one time they had to bring in 3 subs.
Well, yeah, they'll keep the streak going, but Southern Utah certainly has a lot to be proud of that.
Absolutely.
Arlington has a lot to fear come 3 weeks from now. I believe 3, maybe 4. But yeah, this matchup is certainly not done. I think Southern Utah pulled out all the stops, and it worked to a T. They did a great job, and then, you know, getting closer than ever to at least knocking a peg off of Arlington. Super duper impressive. I'm excited to see them go through the rest of this season because I really do think they have a chance of making this postseason.
Yeah, without a doubt. I think the odds are quite high, honestly, and unfortunately Southern Utah can't clutch it out today, but it's a behemoth team. You know, UTA, one of the most consistent teams here in the program, and they continue to be so. We're going to go ahead and throw it to a break, try to get an interview with somebody from UTA, and if we can't, we'll be right back in just a bit. Hey there, everybody. Good news slash bad news slash more bad news. So first bad news, no interview. Second bad news, I'm going to step away from the desk tonight. My throat is hurting, and I do not want to risk hurting myself. So we have a substitute. Bull Skunk is going to be joining us, or joining Tenrick, rather, in just a couple of minutes, and I'm probably going to go take a nap or something. Coming up next is going to be a fascinating matchup. We've got Washington State University versus Northern Arizona, who we actually spent majority of last series talking about being a very talented team. They've got very small shoes to fill. They just have to win one more time and secure that first seed. Once again, thank you all for joining me. Don't go anywhere. There's a lot of Rocket League left, but I love you all. Check your posture, drink water. Don't forget to love each other, and keep watching EGFC. We'll be right back.
All right, and we are back here in week 4 of our spring split. I'm filling in for Seb. Give him a little rest that throat. But my name's Jeff, back here with Tenric as we continue through week 4. Coming up, we've got our only undefeated team left here in EGFC in spring. Well, really in the entirety of season 4.
It's true. Yeah, Northern Arizona University, currently the only team with absolutely 0 losses. Taking on Washington State University, a team that's had a bit of a rough season so far, currently 2-8 so far in the standings. So a pretty cut and dry favorite, pretty cut and dry underdog. But Northern Arizona, it's never really been easy for them. They've been dragged to 5 games by a number of lower level teams. So definitely still in the cards for Washington State to make a dent, if not potentially take a game or 2 or even 3. I'm excited to watch this series, see how it pans out, see how Northern Arizona's improved since the last time I've gotten to see them on stream.
I mean, it's Northern Arizona haven't dropped a map since week 4. Was the last time somebody took them to a 3-1.
Jeez.
So, yeah, Washington State's got their work cut out for them. Yeah. Yeah, it's been all 3-0s since week 4. That was a game against Delaware.
Fast season.
So, yeah,
man.
NAU have been absolutely on fire. This team has just completely wiped the floor with everybody that has faced them recently. And Washington State coming in 2-8. They have a tall order up against them, one of their toughest opponents yet this season.
Yeah, now that I'm now looking at the standings again. Wow, I am amazed that they have dropped that few games. That's actually so nuts. Yeah, they've only dropped 5 rounds so far this entire season, and only 44 goals. Their goal differential is the highest in the league as well.
Is it 5? It's only 3 by my math. I must have written one down wrong.
Yeah, it looks like that. I'm looking at the standings page, which may be inaccurate. My apologies if so. But yeah, Washington State has had some solid runs at it. These are 3 players that have had a lot of improvement over the season. It just unfortunately hasn't necessarily showed in the standings, and going against NAU doesn't necessarily help that case. So it's definitely a tough blow considering how much control NAU has over a lot of this pitch right now. But I'm excited to see if and how Washington State can break out of these.
And I mean, NAU is all about ball control, all about map control, and it's going to make things difficult. WSU need to, I mean, first try to get something past midfield. See if they can get a little bit going here in the offensive zone and try to develop some shots. I wouldn't worry about anything fancy just yet. Oh, I mean, got to make sure you're in those defensive rotations as well, as they almost get punished in the backfield. It will be a little overwhelming pressure eventually coming through, and Castillo will open things up. NAU up 1-0.
Took a little bit of time, though. Washington State able to hold it down. The question is, does that continue for the rest of this game, nay, this series? Has NIU woken up the same way that we just saw UT Arlington did, where they fell through for a couple seconds, but they really never looked back, had never dropped the lead, starting with their first goal, and yeah, NIU not looking to stop either. That's a great second goal by KJ.
Wonderfully played off the wall. Had Windexus beat from the get-go. There was just too many options. Windexus, there was a minimal chance of stopping that ball. Not much you could do. Beautiful play out of NAU. And then I feel like Washington State, they haven't really solidified a starting line. Baylights here is one of the newer players from the last time I caught Washington State. I mean, that's just really going to hurt your synergy. And so, I mean, it could be a thing of where they're trying to give everybody a little bit of experience, get everybody a little room to grow on the pitch, but also maybe still trying to figure some things out here from the Cougars side. So, I mean, versus NAU have had pretty much the same 3 we've seen, Galaxies and the Freshman Chronicle rotating in, but NAU have had the same pretty much core roster for some time. Their synergy is on point.
Yeah, NAU's been with each other for so long at this stage. Washington State, like you said, their roster rolls deep, but that can end up leading to some faults in communication and synergy as well. We do have confirmation from Prod that it is indeed only 3 rounds that NAU has dropped. In week 1 and week 4, they have dropped 2 and 1 games respectively. So, wow, nothing but improvement this entire season. I apologize that the standings are a little bit inaccurate, but that kind of just tends to happen with how many schools are going on. Probably just some quick little Excel recoding that we'll need to do to make sure that's accurate.
Well, Windexus with an opportunity here, just gets away from them, though. They're not able to control it and ends up just falling in KJ's lap. First time we've seen Washington State really make a push into the orange half, though. And a good play off the wall, but the second man's just a little bit slow getting up there, and it's not going to result in the shot. But Windexus with the touch into the corner. Oh, Baylights just gets absolutely juked out of their axles. It's going to be a long-distance shot. I think it was trying to set up the rebound, but it ends up just drifting wide.
And these stoppers are a great idea from NAU, or from Washington State, but NAU recognizing that instead of respecting those bluffs and those chows, they can just demo and get ground off of it regardless. And so Washington State, that static point that was getting them a little bit of space in counterattacks, now turning into an advantage for NAU, is basically a dead ball that they're able to play with however they please. A 3-0 lead now with 1:25 to go. Fitz, great clear off the backboard. That'll force a little bit of a defensive reset. However, no harm, no foul just yet.
No, but it did buy some space. That was indeed a great touch from Fitz.
Oh.
And he's going to need more of that. Now, unfortunately, they lose control of it. Chronicle's just able to smash through the lines all the way back into the net. But it was the right idea to start things off, but Washington State couldn't follow through, and NAU strike with a quickness.
And this game might just be a runaway for Northern Arizona at this point. Washington State, for the remainder of the series, is really going to have to play to make sure that they're never in this state, because NAU is really, really good at runaways. Oh, Indexis can't fully defend. KJ can't fully shoot it, though. And WSU will escape the 5-0 deficit for now, but there are still 60 seconds left for NAU to potentially find it, and it looks like they're starting another drive for it now. KJ tries to maintain control, but a little too much in the way. Washington State causing some more chaos in the tail end of this game, and it's helping them gain a lot more possession.
Castillo just trying to hold it down in the corner. Windexus with like a challenge. Takes up into the corner. Is going to leave room for Fitz to come in and put something in off the backboard. Castillo able to protect that, and ball drifts out into mid. And AU are a little bit behind the defense here, but two along the wall means nobody in the middle will take a shot. It's an awkward ball in midfield with 25 seconds remaining.
And Northern Arizona, they really want to keep this undefeated record alive. Going forward in their schedule, they'll have North Dakota next week, followed by University of Montana, and then after that, Montana State, followed by their final game of the season being against University of Idaho. So, pretty solid schedule for them. I see them being able to hold this undefeated record, but it's also in the context of Northern Arizona being in the Big Sky division, which is basically owned by Northern Arizona anyway. So going into the postseason, I'm interested to see if Northern Arizona will be able to keep up this reputation and incredible record that they've got going, as game one will end in a shutout, with Northern Arizona able to tack on that 5-0 lead indeed. And that is going to be them taking game one.
Well, I will say that University of Montana was the only team that's been able to at least put NAU into a Game 5 situation. It's the one and only team that's been able to do that, and that was way back in week 1, so that seems like forever and a day ago. But it does make me highly anticipate the upcoming rematch against their Big Sky rivalry over there in University of Montana, and I think it's going to be one of the big teams to challenge perhaps when we get to the postseason. But, I mean, NAU have faced a few tough customers. It hasn't been all easy street here on this 11-game win streak they've had. I mean, like teams like Delaware stood in their way and got trounced 3-0. Butler as well, who have been super strong this season. So NAU have really proven their mettle against some of the toughest opponents.
For sure, yeah. They've had a couple benchmarks that they've been able to clear so far this season, and they've been consistent to do it. It's not easy to get this undefeated record either way, and no, NAU, once again, looking to continue that 2 more games to make sure that the golden split and past 8 weeks continues. NAU working to make sure that this game is as easy to them as the first. They were just able to pick up so much by the tail end of things in Washington State. So many answers they were forced to have, and like you said, may not be as much synergy with the roster that WSU may be looking to cycle through, and NAU have just been together for so long. It comes so naturally. They will find that first goal in the first 27 seconds of game 2.
Yeah, KJ kind of steals this one. Oh, it is an intentional pinch. Oh, wow. That was gross. That was wow.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Okay. Well done, NAU. Well done. I thought KJ might have just stealing it with a little tap afterwards. No, that was very much a pinch in. Well played. Those are so hard to aim. That was ridiculous.
Yeah, some great geometry done by NAU to start things out. Their mechs are just so solid. That's another great boom. Fitz is able to grab. It's a little too low. NAU want to keep applying this pressure. Castillo going to miss. KJ up. A little bit of weakness here. And Castillo whiff again. Chronicle whiff. And so a little bit of a dead period here for Washington to move in for the kill. KJ already playing for third man, though, and can't make that either. NIU, a lot of uncharacteristic whiffs to begin this little bit of trade, and yet they still gain the ground. They still gain the challenges, and they'll almost get the goal here. But Fitz luckily able to unseat that ball.
It just kind of reeks of hubris, dare I say. And we've seen that a little bit in their play here in the first half of game 2, unfortunately for them. But NAU still able to hang on. They do still have the lead, and they're getting some shots towards net, despite it not being the most clean first half we've ever seen out of Northern Arizona.
Certainly. NAU thinks they can do this with a hand tied behind their back or with one eye open, then so be it. If they can, then it just goes to show how good a school this is. But if they can't, if Washington State continues to put up the fight like they have been able to and capitalizes on these mistakes that NAU's been making just a little bit more, then we could see a game on our hands. Bay Lights drags it down. That's a good off angle for Windexus to maybe carry into a little bit of an early whiff. Tries to corral the corner, but no corner boost. And so KJ can take it back. Fitz, though, speeds into the Chow. So Chronicle's under a little bit of pressure for the re-up, but simply not enough. Fitz is forced to launch it back up for the save. KJ gonna grab it back, and NAU possession again for this school.
Fitz doing a good job of protecting the air there for the past 30 seconds in the zone, not letting anything get set up. Smoke cleared off the Bay Lights demo, and it's back in the blue half we go. But here comes KJ through the skies one more time, looking for the double tap. Doesn't get it. Wide open net, and KJ can't find the touch.
I mean, this should be a 3-0, 4-0 game if NAU was actually playing at their best. But they are simply not putting it in. They are not... they're just not hitting a lot of these shots. And Washington State is looking really solid mechanically for a lot of this. Oh, but the bump! Letting Chronicle edge that second goal in. NAU still makes it work.
Fitz gets just smashed out when Dexus gets body blocked as well. Oh my goodness, Castillo and they're playing bumper cars, demolition derby.
So mean.
It was
But
just downright mean. It was
Yeah.
just mean.
Yeah, it's a shame, but these are the matchups that you gotta have sometimes. WSU not gonna sit down and take it like a jobber. They're gonna keep trying. They're gonna keep putting in the effort. They're gonna keep putting NAU on the ropes. Castillo just really trying to style it. Wow, was that a double flip reset?
I know he got the third touch. Let's see. There's
Okay,
one.
yeah, it was just one reset. Okay.
Okay,
Still,
yeah, does get the third touch for the dunk at the end, though. So still 3 touches out of that. It's pretty impressive in its own right.
Yeah. Oh, man. Yeah, Washington, again, they're putting in the effort, and they're looking really solid. I'd love to see them take on a team that is not as experienced as this. And obviously with a little more time on WSU's hands to have that core roster be consistent and present, which, you know, some schools just don't want to do. Some schools, they want to give a lot of players that experience, and that's totally fine as well. That's totally understandable. You know, who wouldn't want to play against a team like NAU? Who wouldn't want that kind of experience? So,
And if you're not one of the stronger schools, your goal from the beginning isn't coming in with delusions of we're just going to beat everybody in the league and take first place. Like, that's just not feasible for every school in EGFC. Some schools are here just to say, hey, everybody will get some opportunity to compete. Everybody will get a chance to learn and get in a competitive environment. And as long as you're growing and making improvements and pulling out sub-dubs, I mean, we've seen this Washington State crew beat University of Delaware. That's the highlight of their season so far. So we know there's some high highs for this squad.
Certainly, yeah. There is definitely great players and a great team somewhere in this roster,
Exactly.
but it's not here yet. It's not here today.
We're not
It may
seeing
take a
split
second.
today, no.
Yeah. Northern Arizona is going to be taking this second game, and they are on track to take the series. Washington State, unfortunately, has yet to score a goal this series so far, so should be pretty cut and dry as long as NIU doesn't just completely become terrible, which, I mean, we saw a couple echoes there in the beginning of game 2. Might actually see a goal here from Washington. Sadly, the cycle not there in time, and NIU gonna boot it away. Try and grab a 5th goal again here, and will succeed. An identical scoreline to game number 1 will be the story of game number 2.
Yep, Chronicle with a Hattie here in game 2, leading the server with 5 overall between our first 2 games. And NAU, yeah, okay, like game 2 aside, but if they keep up the consistency that we've seen throughout the season, they really could go on to put up the best season we've ever seen in EGF. I'm not sure we've seen a team go through with a mere 3 games dropped in the entirety of 16 weeks. That I would need confirmation on, but it sounds pretty outrageous, Henrik. That sounds pretty outrageous.
Yeah, Northern Arizona is putting up really unprecedented numbers, even by EGFC standards. There have been absolute titans to take on this season before. UT Arlington comes to mind more than anyone else, obviously. Sure. They're always a top dog when it comes to EGFC, but I don't think even they have put up the kind of record that NAU has this season. Arlington has seemingly always had like one off day or one day where they don't have their full roster, and they will fumble the undefeated bag in the EGFC. I think that's a trend that's happened like 2 or 3 times so far already for their history here in EGF. But NIU, it's perfectly clean so far, and again, only 3 games dropped so far this entire season. They haven't dropped a game since the 4th week of EGF, and they are certainly not looking to stop that streak today. Game 3, Northern Arizona looking to finish it out now. They should be able to get it done unless Washington State really levels up here and now.
I mean, 4th week, that's what, beginning in November was the last time they dropped a map? Just insane.
Yeah, that's end of October.
There you go. There you go, end of October.
Yep.
I knew it was somewhere in there. I was trying to get like an actual number of months reference that we could put, to really quantify that time, because that's nuts here. We're almost done with February.
Yeah.
There you go, 4 months, I think is what we're being told. 4 months without dropping a single game.
That is absolutely incredible.
Castillo, what are you out here now? What is this car? What are you doing?
He's in the bus. He's in the bus.
What is this? That's it. That is it.
He's in the bus, man.
Just too many shenanigans.
Oh. Okay. All right.
Too many shenanigans.
Your antics will get you killed one day, Northern Arizona. Northern Arizona responding, "No, I'm gonna live forever," and they may. At the pace in which we're seeing them absolutely dominate when they are not trying. But here, KJ almost gets away with it, but Fitz has been matching speed for speed a lot of this so far, and is able to stop at least one bounce off the woodwork. KJ looking to find it. Takes some time, maybe a little too much, and so Fitz can recover again. It's been nearly 2 minutes now. Northern Arizona yet to find this first goal.
Washington State is looking a little ticked off. Like they're yeeting themselves into these challenges. They are getting aggressive onto this ball, and I love it. No, I mean I don't fault them for it. I think you should be. Like get in there, get a little mad, get a little physical, get a little bit more aggressive. Don't make mistakes, mind you. I'm not saying triple commit on your defense or just completely whiff like that with Texas. Right. That's not what I'm saying. But I like the aggression.
Yeah, put your hearts into it.
Yeah.
I'm so sorry. I just never mind.
Shenanigans. Too many shenanigans.
Shenanigans.
Oh, what the flash?
Oh,
that redirect was nuts.
Let's just see it again. And then, yep. Oh, boy.
I mean, Washington State did good to get in front of that ball in the first place.
Yeah, for sure. They were present that whole time. Just and NIU just deciding to be better whenever they need to be. And that is at that point, and basically no other for the rest of this game. They can just play for Flourish if they really want to, I think. It's a shame that Washington State is getting this gapped, but it's also not necessarily completely unexpected. And again, I love the effort they're putting in. That's a great shot from Fitz to try and thread the upper 90. And WSU does have some possession right now. They still haven't found a goal this series. They're so hungry at this point for one.
Fitz almost had it. I'm telling you, Fitz is mad. Oh, he's gonna continue to be mad after that one, unfortunately. KJ does some beautiful work off the wall, almost an identical spot. We saw this play before, but this time going for the ground pinch into the far post. Fitz just not a chance to get a hold of that one.
Why is
But I'm glad we highlighted Fitz there, because Fitz has been just leaving everything on the pitch. We saw a double demo a second ago and was chasing KJ around, wanted all 3 demos. Like, Fitz is taking this personal.
I'd like to see KJ score one more time, just so I can get a look at that PFP again, because I think it's like a 2-pixel picture of Shrek. It is so, like, badly compressed. Can you please give it to KJ? Okay,
Oh, no.
whatever.
No.
But it's so bad quality. What is that? What is Chronicles PFP? Look at what the
I wouldn't have noticed if you hadn't pointed it out.
Oh man.
Nothing but monkey business around here.
These guys are mad. These guys are nuts. Castillo has done not that much this game. I think the bus was a bit of a fumble. But
It's just a red herring. It's just for
even-
distraction.
yeah, it doesn't even matter. Because literally, I think Castillo's goal this game has just been to be in frame for the replay of the goal. Not necessarily to score it. Because he's always like been around, but he's almost been allergic to the ball for the most part.
One of those just peeking up out of in the corner of frame, you know, hi mom moments coming out from Castillo.
Oh, there's a touch from him.
Oh, yeah, good
another
touch,
maybe?
Pat.
Another?
Oh no!
Oh, he's chugging along. Here we go.
Let's
Let's go! Let's go!
Let's go! Let's go!
Let's go!
Castillo just casually strolls in with this thing, delivers it like taking groceries to mama. Like, that was the most easy walk-in.
Do they get 5-0 again? Do they go 15-0 this series?
I mean, for
Oh,
consistency's
don't do it
sake,
again.
I hope so.
Don't do it again. Oh, no. Oh, man. And
My
again,
OCD wants them to score again, but my heart
Yeah.
wants WSU to get one just to spoil
exactly.
the perfect shutout.
Yeah, very conflicting feelings here because I
Yeah.
truly do feel for Washington State.
Go Fitz! Go Fitz! Ah,
It is a shame.
Right out of boost.
that it is a matchup at this caliber, but Dems the breaks. NIU will have to settle for a 4-0 score though to end the match, so they will end up going 14-0 instead of 15. Look at KJ's PFP. Okay, it's a little better compressed now actually, but yeah, I mean, what a series. Not much else to say honestly, Bullskunk. I mean, that was the #1 team taking on a team that is now 2-9.
I mean, and that's what happened. You know, any given game day, you know, the underdog could come out and upset people and surprise us all. Today was not that day.
Yeah.
This is pretty much how the script was written up. It played out to perfection, and you maintain their perfect record.
Well, we'll have an interview with Northern Arizona, as always, when we come back after this short break.
All right, we are here with Galaxies from Northern Arizona University. Where you been? Where have you been? What did you get finished for a freshman? Galaxies, what's going on?
No, I'm just taking a mental break and also getting my grades better. You know, school comes first. School comes first, and
Oh,
I haven't been doing the
I'm
best.
sure
So,
trying to bust your balls, and you give me this wholesome answer. Damn it!
yeah, that's right. I always come with the wholesome answer.
Well,
I hope academics are improving.
well, Galaxy, it looks like the shoes that needed to be filled did not need to be filled by you today. Anyway, as the squad was able to take down Washington State, pretty consistent, pretty solid, easy fashion. Why did Castillo bring out the battle bus? Was there any doubt that Castillo could not do it on the battle bus for Game 3?
No, he just loves having fun and
Okay.
memeing. We always play our best when we're having fun. So he always likes bringing out the fun cars. He always has them all. Yeah, but the battle bus, he brought out the scarab and he hit that clip on the scarab. I was like, all right, just bring out the battle bus. You got it, bro.
So many shenanigans. So many shenanigans. All right. So y'all are on track to put up, I mean, literally one of the best seasons we've ever seen in EGF. You've dropped 3 games in 12 weeks. If you take this streak, if you run through a perfect golden spring stage, how would you celebrate? What would you do with the squad?
We would go and just have a really good dinner and, you know, just celebrate and have fun as a team. Celebrate a great achievement and accomplishment. Because it's not easy doing what we do. We might
No.
make it look easy sometimes, but it's not a hard thing to do, or it's a hard thing to do. Sorry. But yeah, we'll celebrate very very heavily on it because it's a big achievement for all of us.
Well, there my attention by you that there may have been some that got the impression I wasn't cheering y'all on enough in that last series. I am rooting for y'all to get this perfect spring stage because it would be an incredible accomplishment, and I would just love to see y'all get that. So you know, there you go. I'm gonna set the record straight there.
Yeah.
Any shout outs you want to give Galaxies before we let you go? Or any final thoughts?
Shout out to everyone watching the stream. Shout out to the families, and shout out to our NAU esports official. You know, they always do a great job running and giving us our promotions that we need. And shout out to you guys, the casters. You guys cast great, and I always just love having fun and just having fun with the casters and even with my team. And shout out to the boys as well. They played amazing today.
Thanks for coming to the chat.
Oh, thank you too.
Good luck with the rest of the season.
Oh, thank you.
All right, that was Galaxies from Northern Arizona University. Still perfect after all this time. And well, hey, that brings us to the end of yet another one, but we still have plenty more Rocket League action. We're gonna take a little intermission. When we come back, it's University of Delaware taking on the Trojans from USC. We'll see you back here in a few. All right, we're trying to squeak this one in before the bell hits. I don't know. I think we may be late to class, but we got another match coming at you here. Another series. We've got Delaware taking on who they taking on? Oh yeah, USC.
Yeah, it's two schools sitting at the near top of the standings. Still a lot to prove from either side, as they've both had their occasional loss to severe underdogs. They need to make sure that they are as consistent as a playoff team needs to be, and going up against each other, I think, is a great way to prove it.
Delaware with the 9-2 record should be the favorites coming in. USC has been streaky, but definitely have some high highs from them. They have the talent to take down this Delaware squad. Let's see if they can execute today.
Yeah, certainly has the chops to deliver. They already have this possession, and VTR is actually able to edge it into the lower 90 after a traffic jam occurring post kickoff. Delaware really not able to get back on their feet quickly enough, and so USC taking the first goal of the series.
Yeah, just a bit of a defensive scramble there from Delaware. They never got reset. I mean, never even got set at all in the first place after that kickoff, after that traffic jam. And USC just right there to capitalize. Early lead, early advantage here for the Trojans. Vitor out of the back. Try to go over Scooter. Scooter's going to beat him to the corner boost, and Stellar's going to get the touch, punch it back to midfield. Delaware want to get aggressive on the back of this, get the demo, but forget the ball.
Now trying to push back out. Scooter, great amount of progress made. Vitor will shut that down to start things out. Odds back over to the center. Stellar has to shoot a little early and loses the goal for it. Scooter, subject to being able to demo, but once again, not the ball, and so USC will be able to find the goal. But I do believe that may be a crash, so we may have to pause for a second and see if we can figure that out. Or no, wait, no, that was just a demo. I'm so dumb.
It was a crash, but not of that kind.
Yeah.
Just requires a 3-second trip to the junkyard. Doesn't require a restart. So, you know, we'll call that a win.
Definitely for the mental, if not anything else, is still being able to get that done after UD clearly not prioritizing in the right way for that interaction leading to it. USC really solid lead to start this series out. Should be said, we are playing on Western servers to start things out, and so we will switch over to the Eastern after this first game, because obviously these two schools are on opposite sides of the continent, so we'll have a couple ping diffs throughout this series. So USC, this is great that they're able to perform this well on this home territory Wi-Fi. I'm interested to see if that will continue in this game, and also when they have to head over to the Eastern servers.
And, you know, I was too busy taking a fire extinguisher to my PC during our break, but I would love to have been taking the time to look up the mileage, because it is a hell of a haul between Delaware to Southern California. Couldn't be on more opposite ends of the country. Stellar trying to cross over to Scooter here, but the pass is going to get away from him, and probably the best opportunity for a goal from Delaware just slips right between their fingers, and they're having to quickly rotate to defense.
Another attempted boom from Stellar, not a whole lot of denial. Vitor can stop it. Scooter takes it back. Delaware mustering up that possession off the ceiling into Vitor down the middle again. And playing some good neutral to keep this thing up. Wordy, just a back pass real quick, as USC had a bad chow. Showing how volatile this game can be if either team makes a mistake. But we got a rule one as UD continues to try and impart this possession now with just a two-man cycle, but also up against the very same. Could lead to a bit of an interesting bout of possession if UD lets this go, which they will. USC might have a shot at making it a 3-0 real quick, but Wordy can't get behind it and has to save phase two.
Yeah, just has to ditch it, rotate, grabs some boost, but wins an important challenge. Wordy almost creating a goal scored opportunity. Squid's going to come back in and do the same, but Odds with the steal. Gets the electric touch. She'll drop it back to Stellar. Stellar going over the top. Can't make it over Squid. 2v2 continues here with under 2 minutes to go. Odds with a chance. We'll get the rotation. Put it home.
And it finally ends. Well done by Delaware. Well done by Odds to continue following that ball. Wordy, unfavorable touch on the re-up. And now, gonna be that 1-2 scoreline. Nice long rule one to round out the first half of this first game of the series. A lot of time still, though, that USC needs to hold on to this lead, and Delaware proving to still be a team that is a force to be reckoned with, even on the Western servers.
It's still 90 seconds for them to get right back into this thing, tie up the series. Well, tie up game 1, rather. Let's not get too far ahead of ourselves. Touch over the top there is going to get to the middle. Delaware on the attack. Odds wants to go off the backboard, but Wardy has other plans. This is the second touch, and the ball drops back into the corner where Stellar can recenter for Scooter. Scooter sends it up high. Stellar going to try to look for it from near pose. Not just going off the wall, trying to get around VTR. Does. Wardy with a chance to get stuffed and spits out towards the blue half.
Now the rush down yet again. VTR trying to seal it away. But Delaware's been doing a great job of making sure these possessions are not super long-winded. USC has needed to strike in very quick moments, in very tiny openings, and they just haven't been finding as many as Delaware has begun to really warm up a little more to this game. Stellar going for the boom. Delaware is going to try and win this back. Odds gives a good chance. Stellar attempted a redirect, but not enough momentum. Behind that stopper, Scooter will try and carry it back to the backboard, but now USC has too much presence on the defensive, so going to take a little bit longer here as Odds once again tries to thread it. But a little too late, as USC still has the time, still has the people.
Yeah, and Scooter made the wise decision to back out of that. Delaware was all in the orange half, but Scooter, with the defensive rotations just where they need it. Now driving in with 7 seconds, going off the wall. It goes over the net. Might be one last chance for a touch. Stellar will get it. Up high, but Wardy is right there for the denial, and USC hang on for game 1.
Well done by USC. Delaware definitely putting on a show in the end of that, especially after a fun Rule 1. Had to be the highlight of the game for sure. But just give us a moment as we'll head over to the Eastern servers and see if Delaware can continue to pick up that momentum where they left off, as USC now has a gold trout about 2.5 to 3 minutes strong. We'll see if that continues and if Delaware can get this series back because, like you said, they are the favorites walking into this series. Not as heavy a favorite as a lot of the other matches we've seen tonight, but a favorite nonetheless.
Yeah. Yep. Okay. So
okay.
We're gonna do it in 2 server breaks. It looks like. So we're gonna stay on West Coast here for game number 2, and then we'll go to East Coast for games 3 and 4 if we need another. If we need a fourth.
If we need a fourth. We need a fourth. That is certainly something to pay attention to. Yeah.
All decided by a coin flip.
Exactly. It's very, very, very true. Stellar very brazenly said that he was going to win the coin flip, and then he proceeded to not. So Delaware now paying dearly for their mistake to start out the series. Playing again an uphill battle to potentially have a 2-0 deficit on them. USC just needs to keep playing like they deserve to, like they need to. Because Delaware, again, this drought from USC is something to pay attention to. If Delaware continues to disallow the scoring that was not present in that back half of game number 1, then things could only look up for UD.
And I think that drought's important because Delaware looked like the better team through the last half of game 1, perhaps adjusting to a bit of the ping difference, perhaps just flat out getting warm. But Delaware is coming out driving here. Scooter with a good opportunity off the crossbar, but it takes a lucky bounce off at USC, and Delaware will take the 1-0 here. The drought continues here for Southern California.
Alrighty. Now it's up to Delaware to just make sure that this trend continues. This is the precedent that they're looking for as a team that has not taken many L's over the course of this season and yet hasn't totally proven themselves on the EGFC stage yet. They've still come up against some matchups that have really challenged them. There's a lot of improvement to be had among this roster, but against USC, we've seen nothing but improvement so far. I'm excited to see how much they can carry it into, but USC, great boom, VTR off the woodwork. No cycle present. Scooter attempts to clear it. Stellar has to do that instead after a little bit of disruption comes through, but it is indeed just a little bit. And now Delaware has possession again. Wordy with VTR with Stellar. Double tap. Scooter with Squid gets it away. And
now
Wordy
Wordy's going to score. No. I do not accept this. 2 very sloppy attacks here from the Blue Hens. And USC will punish on the second time. Oh my. You got to do better than that. Like, I'm sorry for that. I hate to be harsh on you, Delaware, but if you want to be at the top of the heap, you can't be missing 2 big attack opportunities like that back to back.
No, it's something that that certainly needs to be said. Delaware, they have to escape this precedent. There is limited time to do so. Stellar can't get the angle after the ball is stolen right in front of this goal. And with the tie game, USC, such signs of life to take this to a 2-0 lead. As long as they can just find one more. They've shown that they can. But it came off the return of UD putting everything into that attack, thinking that they would absolutely get it.
Good pass. Oh. Great protection of the near post there from Squid. USC trying to convert here. See if they at least get an opportunity for something, but Wardy's going to whiff on it entirely. Scooter just going to punch it down. We'll snag that boost out of the corner. Vitor's going to win the aerial 50. Scooter had rotated back and now pushes forward with a touch towards the back wall. Crossover to the middle. Wardy all over it. Odds not even with a chance to make a jump. Odds will emerge off the wall with it and it allows Stellar a touch, but goes off into the corner. Nothing will develop on the back of that one.
Odds on the front line. VTR backs into it. Delaware continuing to clash. Wordy keeps it up, but sets it up for Odds. Squid has to come in late. Defensive cycle back up again. Wordy choosing to stay more static, though. Now being driven out by VTR. USC have the drive again. Squid can't get it past 2. Odds another boom back. And Stellar once again on the front line.
Odds.
Back to Odds. Wordy gets in front of it, though. And USC stay alive.
Second great challenge we've seen from Wardy here in game 2. Keeping USC at least in this. Keeping it the scores even. Delaware trying to find some redemption as they're missing on a couple of well-earned setups, but just not able to execute in the final moments. Stellar ball gets behind them, able to chase it down and snag up all the boosts along the way. Steal up and close in front of the goal, but USC playing defensive. Squid's going to push up and take a shot, one that's going to land true. Squid screams up from midfield to find the back of the net after Scooter misses the touch.
Another great way to just get the drop on a mistake that Delaware cannot be making at this point in the season. USC on the prowl to find this game too, and may be able to come away with it. Delaware has 66 seconds to keep this from being a full-on defense from their home turf servers. Odds, already a rush down. This may be it right here. It's a little wide, but Odds can bounce it back. And just like that, we're tied up again.
Odds single-handedly taking matters in their own hands, beats all 3 players from USC, and puts it off the post. We're calling that calculated off of that post. Drew the final and third defender out wide past the far post. It bounces right back to the center for an easy double tap. Odds with just a stylish display all the way down the pitch for the tying goal. And here comes Delaware looking for the go-ahead.
Scooter, booted back. Stellar, keeping it stable. Delaware really hungry for this. That might be it. No, Odds forced to double back. Scooter not, though.
No.
Doesn't matter. USC keep it alive. Oh, my goodness. The suspense these two teams are keeping me in. And it's not even match point right now, Bull Skunk.
That was another ridiculous opportunity. Just floating on the goal line. I mean, that was a silver platter goal. And UD said, no, thank you. Scooter get up with 3 seconds here. Looking for a 0-second finisher. He's going to bounce up. Odds will get a chance at it, but can't get a solid connect. That ball will drop. We're headed to OT.
We sure are. We keep it going. VTR off the gate. Finds the approach. Scooter waiting in the back line, but USC may have a favorable bit of control to start things out. They just need to make sure they don't fall too far. If they fly too close to the sun. VTR in front of this again. Ready for it is Squid, but so is Scooter. We'll boot it away. Stellar, great boom. And USC resets in an unfavorable position off the woodwork. Still doesn't find its way in just yet. Odds drives it back. VTR and Squid stuck in front, but a good flip keeps the pressure on, and Odds chooses to back pass. UD gonna play the long game here, at least a little bit longer, but they hope to do this quickly. They can move to this third game tied up in the series, have that advantage going forward, and finish this in 4. But USC, they have the potential to boom. Wordy challenges Odds instead. Odds wins that. Scooter back from the corner. A little bit of a whiff, but same from VTR, and Squid can't get in front of it, neither can Wordy, so VTR has to follow it. Still not a great angle. And USC is forced to still play from these corners. They need boost back. They need space back.
Oh, it's wide open.
And they may not have a game to worry with it. Scooter the bump. And so Stellar can get the goal. Delaware comes away with their first.
Everybody from USC had pulled into that corner over this minute and 9 seconds in OT. Stellar is able to find the cross, get the ball out of there. The net is wide open, and the one person who's able to get in front of the net, Stellar comes through with a big contact and just sweeps it clean. What a finish. Delaware, strong first half, weak second half of game 2. Step it back up in OT when they needed it most.
Yeah. Now we will be moving over to those Eastern servers. So just give us a second while we move over to that. USC also announcing that they will have a sub coming in for this next game. So I'm interested to see what they do with that. But I really am scared that might completely stop their progress. USC looked so good that game. They looked so good the previous game. They look like they can continue to take on Delaware, even on the Eastern servers. So I fear that switching things up on this roster now, after you've gotten this potential momentum going, may completely stop things in their tracks.
It's very possible, but I'm expecting to see Rebel come in and take to the pitch. And Rebel's been a super strong scorer for USC all semester, so perhaps just a bit of a style change, thinking they need to make some adjustments after only putting up 4 shots in game 2. So it's a risky move for sure, and only time's going to tell if it's going to pay off. I mean, we're deadlocked heading into game 3.
Yeah. Really, really tough to see what's going to happen going forward. As we finish up this game, be sure to tune in going forward. We still got 3 games left on this Twitch stream after Delaware versus USC. It's going to be Butler and Villanova, then Montana State and Marquette, followed finally by Connecticut and DePaul. Meanwhile, on the EGF Rocket League stream, if you guys have an extra monitor open or tab, 8:45 EST going to be University of Montana and Rochester Institute of Technology, followed by 9:30 p.m. EST going to be University of North Dakota and University of Idaho. So a lot of great matches to still tune into. So make sure you've got those streams going because it's going to be a really solid rest of the night. But we still have a lot of match left to play here. At least 2 games. The next 2 of those are going to be on the Eastern servers, though. Delaware looking to finish it out here now.
And with a strong start, Scooter's going to dunk 6 seconds in.
Wow. Great double off the 50. Holy. Good follow.
That didn't take long, Tenric. 6 seconds of the Eastern servers, and Delaware's like, yes, here we are. Back of the old tried and true, feeling comfortable.
Yeah, got their Infinity Gauntlet now. So they want to end this quick. They want to end this before USC has any ideas, or they have any space. That might be some provided to Wordy right there. Midfield taken back up, though. And yeah, you were correct. Rebel will be subbing in for VTR this game. So we'll see how that affects the synergy of the remainder of this series. Looks like Rebel getting shelled out. Wordy keeping it in the corner, but Delaware has this possession again. Scooter looking to dunk it. Wordy keeps it stable.
Good patience from Wordy. Didn't try to jump out, which would have almost certainly bounced back and worked against USC, but stays patient along the crossbar, and the ball deflects out at a proper angle. No dunk necessary, or available, should I say. Rebel shot goes wide there on a counterattack opportunity. Now USC on the defense. Scooter gets over 2. Pass off the wall, deflected by Squid.
So much more offense for Delaware's favor so far, but definitely want to find more than this one singular goal, as USC has been super favorable when it comes to this lethality. Here comes Wordy down from midfield. USC not taking the bite just yet. Rebel carrying from above. 1 miss, not a second though. Stellar booms it out. Then Scooter back to Stellar. Pops it up. No finisher just yet. 3.5 minutes to go. Still a 1-goal game. Still Delaware's game to lose. Stellar keeping it up. Past 1. Wordy gonna chow. We'll clear it back out. In a neutral state, but USC needs to get out of it as quickly as possible.
Bounce out from Squid, looking for somebody in the middle. Went over Rebel. Shot ends up just back on the outside. Rebel's gonna reset that boost as well as a spawn location. Looks like they spawned on the far opposite side, but they're able to grab some mini pads across. helped set up for this defense. Trying to get out of the zone, but Stellar with a good touch over to Scooter in front of the net. Odds coming in from the third man rotation, dropping it in front of the goal. Stellar trying to come get a shot off, but Rebel stays with it, sticks with the ball, and forces it to the outside, but can't quite clear the zone. Stellar's going to miss on that one, though, and Odds and Stellar now just rotating back, play defense.
And that's a minute burned away for Delaware to just get possession back instantly again after Odds wins 2 chows. Stellar just has to fake out 1. Won't because it's Rebel. And Squid can boot it back out. But, I mean, if Delaware to keep playing at this pace, keep playing at this speed, and don't whiff those defenses like Scooter almost did just there, then this should be done and dusted. This should be just a 1-0 victory. Just because USC are doing a great job of going medal for medal. So as long as Delaware prevents that from happening over and over again, then lower chance that USC are going to find those opportunities. But Wordy forcing one of those and not able to keep up with it, so Scooter can boot it away for the time being. Still under 2 minutes to go. A lot of time for Delaware to make a mistake, but USC has had to kind of wait for a mistake to be made by Delaware, and in the past 2 or 3 minutes, none have been made.
I mean, Delaware is absolutely monopolizing this ball right now. USC are barely getting an opportunity for a clearing touch, much less any kind of meaningful possession. Hardly any shots on the board from USC by my eye test. Odds doing a good job of protecting the line here. Tried to get the upper 90. Squid says no. Rebound shot goes very wide. I think that might have been intercepted from a challenge as well. So they're looking to keep it in. Challenged by Wardy, but Scooter is right there for backup, and ball still in the orange half.
Great coverage by both ends. USC really prepared for this barrage of shots that UD may have to offer. But on the other end, UD has had such a great support system. If somebody can't keep up with that ball, if somebody's boost gets drained, if somebody loses that chow, there's always someone right behind it. Great shuffle coming through. And it's why Odds has just hit triple digits, and yet UD is still able to stay up, stay kicking. They just have a great team behind each one of those members. Good boot. That Rebel could turn into a goal here. Can't follow it, but that was part of the plan. Odds, he's ready for it, though. Corner boost stolen, so Delaware has to play a bit more slowly here. With only 40 seconds to go, that may not be the MO. Luckily, Scooter gets it past quite a bit and now has a corner boost to play with for a little while, too. Odds blocking it out. Scooter trying to work with a log jam. Can't do it fully. And Stellar will keep it in midfield with 30 seconds to go.
Trying to go through the air. Scooter pushing it down on just Wardy, who's the only one left in goal. They're able to get it. Now everybody out of position, but Stellar's bar will end up wide. Popped up high once again off the ceiling. Couple of whiffs all the way around. Ball doesn't go far after 3 people take a look at it. Stellar comes through over the midfield. Going through the skies, matched by a Squid. Odds to punch it back down in front of the net. Rebel will protect, but USC need 1 here before the ball touches the ground. Otherwise, game 3 goes to the Blue Hens. Odds will get the final touch here for Delaware as they hang on, winning their 2nd in a row, putting them on match point.
Good kill there by Odds in the bitter end. But yeah, Delaware escaping by the seat of their pants, but quite a drought in goals on both sides. And Delaware, by the end of that game, wasn't really able to find too many shots either. California were starting to contest earlier and earlier, and so going into this first of potentially 2 match points, Delaware certainly still has their work cut out for them. It will still be on the Eastern servers, though, and it looks like there is not a sub coming back in. I believe that Rebel will be staying in for the USC squad, so a little more time now. That second game that this team with a Rebel will be on the pitch, so nothing but improvement to come from them. Okay.
Well, Delaware like to play this more possession-based game. This is playing right into their book. So even though, Delaware didn't look like they put up nearly as many shots there in game 3 either, they still had the time in possession. They were still the ones just setting the pace for that entirety of game 3. So I say, the onus is on USC to find an answer back, to find a way to get more meaningful possessions into the offensive zone. Because they had hardly any there in game 3 whatsoever.
Very few opportunities. So close to manifesting some, though. Speaking of which, Delaware looking to get this post kickoff again out of the way now. Just get this goal done now and then focus on playing the neutral, but USC trying to do the very same. Squid almost bluffs it through. Instead, it's a center shot by Wordy, blocked by Scooter very early, but still stuck in this corner. Odds trying to boot it out. Will follow it the whole way through to make sure it gets through. And now, pass 2, Rebel the last one. Can't even fully clear it. Scooter tries to contest that, and it's stuck back in midfield. Post kickoff. Delaware comes away with nothing. USC a little bit of possession here, but no cycle on top of it. So all neutrality so far.
Almost a highlight-worthy drive there from Odds. Wanted to bounce it off the ground over the final defender and couldn't quite get the bounce. Couldn't get out of the way of their own ball. Now Delaware moved back on the defense, and Delaware's going to chase this one across their own goal line. Able to get around one. Rebel keeps the ball alive in the corner, looking for an outlet. Scooter just screams it from behind with the steal. Now it's right in front of the orange net, and Scooter is there to put it home.
That's just
Delaware opens us up again.
Yeah, that's just great pickup after great pickup. Stellar, amazing bounce, wordy. A little indecisive, honestly. Tried to follow it and then was like, okay, so I have to follow the bounce now, I guess. And I feel like he still could have touched it before it bounced back. But unfortunately, made that decision just a little too late. Now maybe another goal off. Rip, no wordy. Circles back just barely in time to negate that second goal from instantly happening. 3:45 for Delaware to once again hold on to the lead and make it out of this match before Southern California has anything else to say about it.
Wordy was going boost, boost. No, goal, 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 goal. That was so close. Wordy doing another good job defensively there, able to force one to the outside, but a good shot from Scooter, uncontested, right between the posts, dead center ball, second here for UD.
Did Rebel have an issue there? Looked a little weirdly inactive. I suppose maybe trying to catch from the back of the goal. Well, in a second, yeah. Oh, yeah, Rebels DC. Uh-oh. Bit of an issue there. Yeah, we may have to pause or restart the game here. Apologies if that's the case. We'll see what we gotta do here. Just give us a moment. We'll have this game back confirmed in a second, but I believe we may have to restart.
Unfortunate.
Yeah, it's a real shame. USC is asking if VTR can play, which isn't normally allowed. However, if USC really wants to do it, then we can go from a 2-0. Yeah, okay, so we'll have VTR play.
As long as neither team minds, you know, Delaware, you see Delaware in chat there saying, yeah, no problem. Which, you know, you got to respect. You know, they're not looking for any free handouts here. Like, we understand this is kind of out of their control. This is, you know, this is nothing manipulative or trying to take advantage. But an honest tech, DC. So, you know, we're just going to, I think we are actually, we're going to take a break to get this reset up. Yep. Okay. Yeah. We need to take a quick intermission. We'll get this ironed out and we'll be right back. Bear with us. All right, we're back right here at the 320 mark of Game 4. Delaware up 2-0, and we do have VTR summon in for Rebel after that unfortunate PC issue.
Yeah, now VTR jumping in the mix. Big shout-outs to Delaware for being okay with this switch-up. Again, it's not normally allowed, but as long as both teams were okay with it, and both teams were absolutely okay with it, which is awesome. We get to keep playing here. We get to not have to restart, and USC will now continue with the team that was able to eke out that first win of the series. And while Rebel did put in a lot of work for the team for sure, I think VTR absolutely helped this squad out a lot as well. So I think they still have just as good a chance of being able to maybe take this game back, but running out of time to do it.
Squid with an opportunity, but the ball goes wide off of that look. It was a difficult angle, and Squid just couldn't quite rotate around quick enough. Or the good punch out of the corner, is able to get around one. Empty net, is that shot on? No, it's off the crossbar. VTR misses the follow-up, and the ball drifts into the corner where Squid can, well, try to get a wrangle on it. Delaware was hoping to turn that into attack, but oh, now they will. Stellar's gonna stop it right in front of the net for Scooter. A little 1-2 punch right there at the end.
Oh, that's fun. Stellar just handed it over. Hey, that was risky, but got the job done. All right, a 3-0 lead now with only 132 seconds to go here for USC. Again, they scored as well in the previous games. They haven't made it easy for Delaware, but this is the biggest gap in the score we've seen so far this series, and that's definitely worth noting, because Delaware, if they can just hold on like they've been able to on 1-goal leads, then they should be fine.
And Delaware looking a lot more confident and comfortable now. And honestly, I gotta admit, the server switch kind of helped them out when they ended up going over to the Eastern servers. Even if it's just a mental thing, like even if it's not about the exact frames and ping, but I think just the mentality, can go a long way. Put on those lucky socks type of thing.
Of course, I mean, if you have a player being told, hey, you're not allowed to play on LAN, this connection will be wired, it'll be with 20 ping and your opponent won't, then obviously you're going to get a little more discouraged. And a bad attitude does not a good player make on the day. Scooter up to the corner, a little too high. But time being wasted, pitch being burned, interactions being forced. Delaware, 70 seconds to hold on to a 3-goal lead. They've worked with far less in far longer time. So I think this will be a 3-1 victory unless USC really has a pop-off, which is still absolutely possible with 55 seconds to go.
It's going to take something here, and Stellar is able to beat 2 with that ball. Beats a third, drops it in. Stellar with a flashy goal number 4. Capped off beautifully, is able to fake out V toward the sky, and then that little extra touch off the reset. Okay, that was pretty.
That was so sick. And this might be an inescapable lead. Could maybe possibly be something that USC cannot recover from, unfortunately. They're still going to try. They're still going to try and force things. They're still going to give their all here. And VTR does have a bit of a rush down odds, forced to solo defend. But this 4-goal lead, Delaware should have this in the bag, should have the 3-1 victory, and should continue their very favorable records. But USC, again, as always, they look like a very formidable team. And against opponents that aren't as consistent and great as Delaware is, as we saw when they went to the West servers, they have a chance to do it a lot here. And Wordy is going to be able to put one in the tail end of this game too. Once again, a mark to prove that USC can still have a solid season ahead of them.
Oh yeah, they're going to move to 6-5 overall, but they're certainly not out of it yet. Still 4 more weeks of play, and they've already had their bye week. So they will get 4 solid games here, 4 opportunities to add into that W column here for the Trojans. So it's going to be an important, very back half of the spring split for them, but they certainly have the talent here in this roster to go ahead and make it into the postseason and make a strong push through the postseason as well.
Yeah, definitely high hopes for this Delaware team. Congratulations to them. USC, the very, very same, but Delaware, once again, going in with this higher seeding. Now 10-2, I believe. Very solid work done by them, and their record, I think, is going to be even better by the end of this season. I think they have some matchups that they can absolutely take even easier than USC.
Yeah, things looking up for Delaware. We'll look forward to seeing them in the postseason and for the rest of the spring split as well. A strong finish here could put them in a really good position come seeding. But hey, you know what? That we're halfway through our day, Tenric, and I mean, it's time to just keep trucking on forward. We're gonna take a little bit of a break. I don't think we're gonna have an interview. We're a little behind on time, so I think we're gonna keep this one
Yeah.
going here. When we come back, we're gonna have Butler taking on Villanova. So the good times will continue to roll here in EGFC when we return with more Rocket League in just a few. Well, welcome back, friends. You may notice a new face here to my left. Welcome, Soy, onto the broadcast here. Help me take you through the rest of the night. And we've got some good matches lined up here for our final three. Butler versus Villanova, one coming up next.
Huge battle in the Big East here in week 12 of EGFC. I mean, these are two teams battling for the top of the standings, but in the Big East Conference overall, these are two teams vying for that, second overall seeding, really, or at least it's in contention here because of the way that these teams have played out. So it's going to be really interesting to see what these teams bring to the table in such a key matchup.
Yeah, Villanova have been on an incredible glow up this year. Season 4, they are 9-2. There's been, just the top of the top are the only teams to beat them, and it took Montana 5 games to make it happen. Villanova have been incredibly hot. They're 1 game away from being 10-1 right now to join Seton Hall and UTA. I guess Seton Hall's 9-1, but you get my point, friends. You get my point. Villanova have been on fire. Butler, a similar story, but a little bit of struggle as they had to face your number 1 and number 2 teams in the entirety of EGF to start their spring split.
But they bounced back with a win last week against William & Mary, but we'll see if that's enough to get the win here against Villanova. Early pressure here, good shot on, but Morales is going to be able to make the save. Kai tries to dribble this one out, but Krigg getting a block here. Krigg, new to this Butler squad, as he got his first start just last week in that William & Mary matchup, and had a pretty good start to it. 2 goals, 10 saves in that series. So we'll have to see how he does here against a high-octane Villanova offense.
Horse just gets absolutely destroyed on that attack, and it brings a screeching halt to Villanova's chance in the offensive zone. Kai gets beat by Horse, and the ball drifts into the blue half, but Krigg with an easy clear, and Butler going right back on the attack. Riley gets a big chunk of that ball, and Villanova looking for one in transition, right back the other way. Kai, though, able to muscle through, at least maintain some possession. Centering ball going to Krigg. Krigg with the chance, drops it in the middle, denied by Milky Boy.
Ooh, but look at the pass infield there. Morales and Kai trying to make something happen. That one's on, dangerously close. Milky Boy waiting till the last second to make that save, and now they head the other way with it. Riley going to leave that one. The challenge goes on. Krigg is there, going up for the air dribble, but not too much off the back of it. Runs out of boost, and it will be cleared away. Riley's already camped down there. Another infield pass, and we've seen Villanova really work those infield passes and tear apart some of these defenses, but Butler seems wise to it so far.
And Butler's able to get a little short passing of their own in the deep here in the Villanova zone. Morales dropping it to Kai. Kai's shot upper 90 will go in. Kai with a beautiful finish, beautiful start, and really just a nice give and go to Morales. Drops it perfectly there. 1-0 to Butler here to start things off.
Really smart play there. That drop down pass was beautiful, recognizing that, hey, I can't really get a good shot here off of this corner kick out. Let me drop it down to the player who sent it there from the wall, sent it to the guy who's got the better angle to shoot at, and that's Kai in that instance. And Kai has been so good offensively for this team. That's goal number 31 of the season for him. But the big thing about Kai is that he's actually 2nd overall in assists this year, as he's been a huge part of this Butler offense, even way back in Season 2 when Butler had that huge run to make the league championship semifinals. Kai seemed like a monster, and he continues to do so. But on the flip side, it's Villanova's offense going to work, getting dirty with the demos, and Riley's going to get the opener.
Yeah, Milky Boy comes across and just opens things up completely for Horse. Gets the cross over to Riley. Easy duck in. Wide open goal. Villanova just took the jaws of life to that defense and completely made a hole big enough to drive a truck through.
Huge opportunity there. And now back to a tied game, but this one's going to be denied away. These two seemingly always play each other very close in that Big East Conference, but so far, just very back and forth. Riley trying to stuff one past Kai, won't be able to do so. Wide angled shot, chips off the backboard. Now Horse looking to beat Krigg to this ball. Doesn't find the touch, but actually buys space for Riley. Dumped right back down in. Kai now on the dribble, sends it up high. Only Riley is there. And it feels a little tentative from both offenses now, not wanting to give up much, knowing that that counterattack is always a threat.
Villanova putting a lot of faith in their third player back right now. Keeping two players aggressively up front. Milky Boy's going to get Demo in front of the line, and they're going to pay for it this time as Craig comes through with goal number 3 of their career.
Morales with a huge play. Oh, and Kai with the demo. The kick out was so clean.
That pass, that kick out pass was ridiculous. The spin around off the back of the car to go all the way down the pitch and drop it right in front of the goal, and then the clear out demo. And like I said, Villanova was putting a lot of trust in that third player. Once the third man gets demoed, it is open season here for Butler.
And the other key to that play, too, all 3 members getting involved, right? Butler committing all 3 upfield. Kai is normally the man back on that play because Morales is going for the ball, but instead goes for the demo and frees up the space to set that play up and give the Butler Bulldogs the lead late here in this opener of this best-of-5 series. And they're still putting on offensive chances. I'm a Horse kind of pins that one to the corner. Milky Boy waiting for the challenge from Morales. Does get by him. You have to wonder how much boost he's got in the tank as I'm a Horse will get by. Has Riley. Shot is open. Shot is on, but Morales with a goal line save. And the rebound's going to get saved away by Kai.
Rebound shot was just way too narrow. Needed to go far post. But Morales with the gorgeous save to bail Butler out. Help him maintain the lead. Kai was trying to drop it down for Morales here. Morales will eventually get a touch on it. Horse is going to push across the line here in the final seconds. Craig with a big denial and a rolling clear should guarantee victory here for the Bulldogs.
And that one's going to touch the ground. No one in sight of it. And Butler take game 1 of this series. But it was close, and you gotta, look back at the plays. I think the big difference maker really was that Kai finding that demo on that back line, committing all 3 members, right? You said it, right? Villanova is depending on that third man back to make the saves, to get the stops. He gets eliminated, and all of a sudden it's wide open, and it's those, little plays. The minutia of this game is what it really comes down to between these two teams, and they're able to take advantage of it in game 1.
I mean, the defensive rotations from Villanova, they weren't rotating fully back. They were keeping 2 pushed up so they could get quick transition goals. Butler read that like a book and just like, hey, if we go back there and demo, it is clear sailing right to the net.
And we also saw the physical play start to play a factor, right? Villanova's only goal was off of a bump along that goal line, or a demo along that goal line. Same thing for Butler getting that game winner. They get the demo on the back line. So that physical play that we don't frequently see going to play a huge factor in this series.
Low scoring shot totals overall, only 9 total shots there in game 1. Morales' first shot, first goal here, 13 seconds into game 2, is I'm a Horse just with a lackluster clear, lands right in Morales' lap. Props to Morales for making that acute angle as well.
Yeah, Morales with a great shot angle, like you said, kind of just beyond goal line extended there to make that one happen. And now, for a Villanova squad that has consistently the past couple of weeks put up numerous shots on goal, they look a little lost in terms of getting to the portions of the field where you can make those infield passes happen. And this Butler defense able to clear the ball pretty cleanly, so it's up to Villanova to find a way to break through. I think they've got to take a page out of Butler's book and find a way to commit all 3 members. But oh boy, Milky Boy with a huge solo effort nearly found a way to tuck that in by himself.
Kai screwing back the other direction. Morales gets demoed, so Kai's just going to follow it all the way back. Craig rotates in, try to keep pressure in the zone. Kai to the corner, Morales and down the center. Doesn't get the shot off. Butler able to bump it back into the orange half as Craig wants another shot at this thing, but Milky Boy over the top steals it, going through the skies once again to Riley. Finds the fortunate bounce off the crossbar for the tying goal.
And Milky Boy, what a play here. Gets back to the ceiling, flicks it forward, and Riley sneaking underneath. All the attention there is on Milky Boy and that shot, that pass from the ceiling. No one, everyone's on ball cam there looking up at that ball. No one sees Riley sneak out of the corner and get underneath that ball, and the shot off the crossbar, well placed to get that underneath with all that power, and the Wildcats strike back and tie this game up.
Oh, cool goal. That was just awesome. I love the late boost coming out from Milky Boy off the ceiling, just the right altitude to push that ball forward, to set it up for Riley. That was just a spectacular goal.
Highlight reel one, and one that Villanova really needed to get some momentum back. But here comes Kai looking for the dunk with 0 boost, but Imahorse gets it around him for the moment. Morales looking for a second touch, but Milky Boy is there, gets it over top. Kai is back. Now all the boost as he picks up the midfield one and expects a challenge there from Imahorse, and a little bit of a miscue leaves Krigg with another one, and Krigg taps in a second goal here for Butler.
Imahorse waits out the first challenge, but Krigg comes across the top. Milky Boy doesn't see it coming in time to body block it out. And the newcomer Krigg finds their second goal of the series.
Huge plays from Krigg at the right place at the right time has given the Bulldogs a 2-1 lead. That shot's going to find the back of the net. Imahorse right off a kickoff launches one underneath the crossbar, and the defense just disappearing for Butler. Oh, Morales backflips. That's tragic.
Yep, got a little panicky. Hit those buttons a little too quickly. And Captain Horse, just with the right amount of finesse, lob that one in, keeping it just under the crossbar. Good poise we've come to expect here from the captain of this Villanova squad, and the tying goal that the Wildcats much needed.
As we approach that halfway mark, Morales might have something here, but Riley's going to be able to go up and challenge that ball. Now Horse kind of stuck in an awkward position here, trying to play this one off the corner, but he'll opt to just leave it for Riley. All of Butler backtracking now. Kai, wanted to leave that ball for Krigg, but he was getting bumped by Riley instead. And a lot of chaos here as players really trying to get physical and bump each other out of position, making each side uncomfortable in where they are and keeping it difficult to track down where everybody is. That's a great save by Milky Boy on Kai's shot, and it will be cleared away.
Great setup from Butler. Even better job on the defense of Villanova. They're going to have to rotate back to grab this one. Do you have plenty of boost to work with? Could be a very aerial assault here. Kai up to meet it, drops it down. Big shot from Morales. Sent aside as Milky Boy holds the line there on that near post corner. Ball drops down in front of Kai once again. This one's going to ride at the wall. Kai trying to beat it up and just bails on that plan. Horse with some good positioning, but another good push across the front. Craig's going to make contact as well. Villanova holding on here in this, approaching the final minute. Morales going to boot it back up. Craig misses it. Morales will get touch number 2, but there's a demo in the backfield. Horse has got a shot up high. That'll go. Villanova takes the lead with 72 seconds remaining.
Huge play here. Morales, you never want to see those passes off the wall, not when you're going to be the last man back. And look at the power of this shot. Nearly 70 miles per hour on it. Just no time for Morales to react. He's just trying to buy time by sending it into the wall. But when you do that, it makes it such an easy read for your opponent to fly in and send one on. And Imahorse, the benefactor.
Kai with a chance here. That was a good play from Milky Boy. Just quick enough to keep it out of Kai's hands. Kai misses that challenge, but Craig's going to push it back forward. Kai was going for the bump, but Horse stands strong. Horse trying to get out, but Morales with a beautiful dunk right on target. We're tied up once again.
And again, Horse gets bumped here, but he's still right in front of the play. Craig trying to disrupt him, and Morales, I wonder if the ball actually kind of shadows Morales there and blocks his or obscures his view of that incoming challenge. But that ball just barely gets away from Horse, and all of a sudden Butler's found another window back into this game.
Ball kick outside, 36 remaining in the blue half. Craig trying to escape. Horse gets a big touch, goes up high. Kai racing to it and wins it out. Kai drops it over to the right-hand side, but Milky Boy with the pass. The shot blocked. Morales gets in front of that laser that was headed to the back of the net. Some contact on the outside, and Morales wants this out of the blue zone. 15 on the clock. Good contact up front. Milky Boy has to use a lot of boost just to get to it, but lands the pass to commit from the defense, but Craig does make the save. Ball's going to drop down. Riley with a chance. Kai beats him to it. Milky Boy to push it to the outside, and this is looking like an overtime scenario here for game 2. Ball does spit up into the middle. Morales keeping it in the air. Kai wants a touch. Drop it back down to Morales. Morales going for the backboard. Riley with the block. Ball finally drops. It's OT.
We got our first overtime between these two, but once again, it's going to be a 1-goal game, and you got to wonder who's going to make that play to set their team up for success as Morales and Kai try and find each other in the midfield here, but it's going to give Villanova a chance to counterattack. Riley plays patient, finds the angle, and he'll score, and Villanova have tied this series up.
An overtime finisher, but it took only 16 seconds for Riley to make that read. Butler just gets caught way too far corner side. It leaves a big old opening. Riley all over it. Goal number 3 on the day, and a very important game winner here in game 2 to tie up this series.
Yeah, I think in that overtime goal too, Craig jumps up very, very early, expecting Riley to go up, and he just overplays the ball, and all of a sudden Riley makes him look foolish just by standing there saying, all right, the ball's going to drop down to me, and Kai and Morales just can't get back in time to make that save. But good recognition by Villanova's offense, right, to say, hey, they're overplaying this. They're jumping at everything. Let's just play patient, play for that juke. And they find that angle, and they get one back here in this series. So tied up at 1 apiece now as we get ready for game 3.
Oh, you gotta love it. You gotta love it. The slate's been wiped clean, but you can't help but feel Villanova the ones with a little bit more momentum. You know, neither team are starting from a standstill, and Villanova appear to have a bit of the edge as far as the read on the other team is concerned, as far as a little bit of tempo control, and you can see that resulting in some early pressure here in game number 3.
And it feels like in terms of how these teams are scoring their goals, is this one's going to be dangerous. It's off the post, and Morales was there, but couldn't make contact. Milky Boy will be able to buy a little bit of time, but 2 players commit for the side of the Bulldogs. Horse and Riley aren't able to pinch this one out. Might have bumped each other away from the ball, but either way, it finds its way to Milky Boy with plenty of space. But I was saying, in terms of how these teams have been scoring in this series in particular, for Butler, it's been a lot of the physical plays that have worked for them. But on the flip side, you're seeing opportunities like this from Villanova. A pass to the infield finally off the wall. Kai can't control it, and the Wildcats have the lead.
That was the second one of those Villanova had pulled in a row. Milky Boy had an incredible cross a second ago. Butler just barely able to get in front of that one. This time it's Horse off the wall, and there was only one player separating Villanova from success. Villanova able to get around it. And early pressure results in an older goal. We've barely seen the orange half. Kai trying to get into it for the first time. Morales with the demo might create a little bit of space, but Horse is able to grab a boost and the ball along with it.
Jukes out a defender there as well. He's got another infield pass. Morales kicks that one outside the box. Milky Boy controlling along the wall, looking for Riley, but Kai intercepts it. Luckily for them, Horse is back. He'll be able to pick up the corner boost as well, but Morales on the challenge. And it'll be Milky Boy to clear that ball away. Krig now. Infield pass cut off by Horse, but it's still blocked away. You're seeing now Butler forced to the outside on a lot of these offensive drives. Krig will make that save along the back line. The Horse will keep this ball in the blue half. He's got another touch on it. Can he find Riley? Yes, he can. The shot is on, but what a read by Kai sweeping across to make that save.
Incredible save. It was a beautiful setup from Villanova. Kai just sticks with it. Rides it all the way through. Now gets a touch. Squeezes between 2 players. Gonna beat Horse down. No, decides to sit back, grab the boost, and then attack from the ground level. Almost snuck one in. Morales is gonna push it over to the other side. Horse was waiting for that along the wall. We'll get the clear. Milky Boy working off the wall as well, trying to go for the cross. Morales in front of that one. Kai off the wall. Both these teams playing very fast, looking for the deep ball right now, and Craig with a big miss. Might leave it open for Villanova. Off the wall, this one to Riley. Up into the air. trying to work off the back. Kai sticks with it. Slow play here as Milky Boy wins out of 50. It's going to drop in Horse's lap. Can't wrangle it in, and Butler with a couple of quick short passes makes it into the zone. Morales with a chance. Morales with a goal.
What a play from Butler. Kai, the infield pass, Morales to Craig, just everyone getting involved for Butler. That's the key. All three members have to be on point, but it feels like that was basketball passing, just in tight, in close, just continue to feed each other the ball, or that's like soccer drill practice, right? Just continue to pass around that triangle. And look at this off the corner. Craig again giving Butler the edge here off the feed from Morales.
Great read from Craig, and a nice little redirect to put that where it needed to go. It was perfect. Welcome to the league, Craig. You're looking spectacular. And Butler with those short passes. I mean, the soccer drill is the perfect visual for that. And I mean, you are one happy coach. Coach Nick has got to be very happy with that squad after seeing those beautiful, flawless short passes, 4 of them in a row to get that first goal, and then back-to-back scores here from Butler to put them up by 1.
Still plenty of time, though, and plenty of work to be done here for Butler to try and get themselves to match point. Riley gonna get denied out. I'm a Horse finds a clear. Milky Boy gets a demo. This could be a chance at an open net. Morales can't get back to it, and Riley's gonna sneak one in. Milky Boy's downfield demo opens up the back door for the Wildcats.
Yeah, and a bit of a miss from the defense of Butler. And Villanova, their aggression rewarded that time. That big forward placement, and they find themselves in a 2-0. Down the field, that is. Not as far as scoreline. Clearly, it's a 2-2 scoreline. Ivor's looking to make it a 3-2 here. Can't get past the defense. Still a chance, though. Still a dangerous presence. Kai's ball, okay, will make it over Riley's head. Milky Boy will put a stop to it. But Kai right there. Opportunity here for Butler.
Well, look at this. Just back-to-back passing there from the backboard to the corner, and Imahor sends it away. Now Kai from his own back wall gets the flip reset, does get a piece of that ball, but Riley was ready for it. And now Milky Boy will try and clear this ball once more. A minute remaining here in regulation to decide who gets to match point. Might be Villanova off of that challenge. Imahor sends it all the way across. It was a bullet. Riley wasn't expecting it. And now Morales caught in an odd spot. Craig will have to back him out of that situation. And now Horse trying to work out of the corner once more, but Kai is there. Harsh pinch out. Morales won't be able to find a touch. And Butler heads the other way. 30 seconds now remaining in regulation.
Well, Morales staying back, and a good thing they did. Big clear and a follow-up touch puts it right back into the orange half. Horse through the skies. Craig meets him. Ball drops down, lingering towards the left wall. Pass to Kai. Kai in the middle, denied by Riley. Beautiful save from Villanova. But Butler may not be done with this assault just yet. Craig to Morales. Morales up to Kai once again. Kai goes over 1, but Horse is there for the backup. Ball's dropping low. Kai with a touch. Craig coming in, forcing him off. Ball rolling along the ground and nobody there. We're headed to overtime for our second game in a row.
And another huge overtime here. These two have just been so back and forth. Does Villanova find another overtime goal, or will Butler put themselves on match point? Maybe all the way a pass across here to Kai. He's going to send one on, and no one is back. Everyone on Villanova getting called out, and Kai's got the overtime winner.
Pulled hard left. You can see everybody from Villanova was working from right-hand side to left on your screen, trying to stuff that corner, expecting a corner play. And Kai just puts it all the way across the grain for that long-distance game-winning goal. A goal to put Butler up on match point. We've got ourselves a ball game, friends.
This is so close between these two, and it's just the little things, again, that are making huge differences. I feel like Kai, right now, the game plan for him, it's just about beating the man across from you, right? These 50s, these challenges. Yeah. And while both teams are implementing a lot of physical play in their offensive attacks, but if Kai can, win that 50, just get the ball, pop it up over somebody, then Morales can make a play. Then Craig can make a play on the ball. Just feed your teammates and let them make plays. And in that overtime winner, again, you can't give a player like Kai that much space to work with. He will bury you. He is a sniper at heart. And here you see why. Finds the open net as everyone on Villanova thought they were playing the right play on that corner, but the net was left wide open, like you said.
And Kai's not going to miss those. A beautiful read, and now has the ball in their hood again. Little flick up top. Milky Boy, the only one who made that read, able to get up to it. Ball still in front of the net. Morales is going to take a long-distance lobber of a shot, but it's not on target. Riley kicking it to the outside. Craig waiting for it. Kai falling back, and Morales pushing up to challenge into the corner. Kai pushing up as well. Bit of a dangerous moment, and Riley's going to spit it out. Craig and Morales racing back. Morales in position to make the save. Horse with a follow-up touch, though, is going to send it back into the blue box. Morales floating up high and narrowly avoids disaster.
Huge play there. Maybe something off the backboard. Milky Boy is there, but what a back touch by Morales. Now across, trying to feed it back in, but Craig gets back in time. And Butler, their defense has been so good positionally about getting back, but they can't get away from the demo attempt. It's Riley setting this play up, or no, it's Milky Boy escorting him off the premises and setting up Riley for the goal.
No, one touch wasn't good enough into the corner. You see the car Morales fall out of the sky. There was a follow-up touch from Milky Boy that took Morales all the way up the wall. Morales was watching this match from the skybox. By the time that the time Morales was done with him, that was nuts. It was Milky Boy who made that contact. Self-correction there. Kai going in here looking for a tying opportunity. Oh, and I've lost audio with my co-caster. I don't know if that's on my end.
No, I'm here. I'm here. Hello.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I was like, wait, something just broke. Something broke. And it wasn't just the Butler defense. Morales tying shot. Off the crossbar. Kai follow-up will go. We're tied right back up.
I mean, these two, there's just no breathing room for any errors. All of a sudden, it becomes a 2-on-1 here, and Horse thinks this first shot is on. You can't blame him. It's a well-placed shot by Morales, but the fact that it actually kicks off the crossbar and straight down means he doesn't find a touch, and it's an easy cleanup for Kai. The defense of Villanova just barely not fast enough to get back to that ball, and all of a sudden, back to a tie game once more.
And, I mean, just continuing physicality from these teams. A lot of upper cars going on. Oh, Riley with a big touch there. Morales is going to bail him out, and it's a solid enough clear to get over Milky Boy's head. Battle for possession at midfield. Two from Villanova pulling right. Riley wants to cross. Lands it onto Milky Boy. Milky Boy going up. Gets over Craig. Gets the double tap. Gets the goal. Villanova have the lead.
Excuse me? Milky Boy jukes out one, and Craig tries to go up, but look at that pinch down so fast to the backboard, and what a guillotine of an angle he finds to make it 2-1 here. Villanova, as we crest that halfway mark, have the lead once more.
Milky Boy, the executioner here of the Bulldogs, at least so they hope. Still work to be done. Butler on match point right now. Villanova need 2 in a row if they want to take this series and move up to 10-2 on the season. Milky Boy with a good opportunity here. All three players from Butler scrambling to make sure that they were in front of that ball. Not trying to send it back, but Riley hits I'm a Horse, who's deep into Butler territory. Ball bounces out. Morales is able to sneak it away from Riley, who gets demoed by Morales. Good play from Morales in the offensive half. The ball's going to drift back down into the blue zone. 2 players from Villanova going up for it. Kai coming away with it.
Craig now trying to keep this one in. Still dangerous in front, but Milky Boy's got just enough boost, and he gets the pinch there. So now Butler having to retreat for the moment. Riley to keep this one in. The trap is set now at midfield. You're seeing everyone up. They've got control right now. It's up to Butler to find a pocket to break through this midfield game, but Milky Boy touches it back down into the corner. and all of Butler retreats once again. Krig gets over one. Milky Boy is there, but Morales wins the race to it, and Riley sends it forward. It's 2-on-1 the other way, and Riley's going to have a tap in. There's no one back, and it's 3-1 Wildcats.
Butler heavily commit on their attack. And one clear, and it gets behind everybody. And you've got Milky Boy and Riley who are positioned behind the defense. And a beautiful feed coming from Horse. The captain leading the other two. And leading Villanova to a 3-1 lead here. 60 seconds to go. Kai with a shot from up high, but Milky Boy with the read.
Still plenty of time, but that's
Milky
not
Boy
a
with the
great
goal.
challenge. Oh my, Milky Boy. I mean, I understand the effort here from Morales, but you can't wait on that ball. Otherwise, this is exactly what's going to happen to you. Milky Boy with the dunk, and it happens to be perfectly to the corner. And all of a sudden, Villanova are up to a 3-goal lead here with 50 seconds remaining.
Biggest lead of the day from either of our squads. Milky Boy almost increased it, if not for a good save from Morales there. 42 seconds, and Kai with the ball, driving down Milky Boy, not letting any easy plays off the backboard. No free room. Riley trying to keep it in the zone. Craig with the touch. Horse along the wall. Rotations from Villanova into the offense. Kai gets demo just as they get the corner boost, and Morales will get the touch. Followed by a Craig and into the orange half. 20 seconds remaining. Down by 3. Butler lose control of this ball right in front of their own net. Riley with a demo goes to center for the cross. I'm a Horse trying to just carry it in themselves, just eating up clock time. Most certainly sending us to that game 5.
Another demo comes through, but you're right, the clock is going to hit zeros, and no matter what Butler does here, that game 5 is on the docket between these two, and boy, oh boy, what a win for Villanova in a series that has been nail-bitingly close all the way through. A series of 1-goal wins for Villanova to come out in this fashion, have a 3-goal lead, and win like this. That's a statement headed into game 5.
I mean, shots were, 11-3 in the shot department? That was a very one-sided game, especially after giving over that overtime loss in game 3. For Villanova to come out like that, that was quite the statement. They just played ball control. They would not let Butler touch the ball at all. And it felt like Butler started to get a little desperate there towards the back end, which understandable with putting more aggression down when you're already, lacking in goals, when you're already playing from a deficit. But Villanova able to capitalize on that and continue to just stack up goals in their own right. 4-1, beautiful showing. We're headed to game 5, and once again, it's Villanova with the momentum. But I said the same thing in game 3, Soy. Look how that turned out.
It's going to be close. It's going to be very, very close. And I think one of the big difference makers in this series that you have to look at is Crig. At the end of the day, Crig has gotten so many of these goals by being that third man in, having all 3 members of Butler in the attacking half for the side of the Bulldogs. He has been the go-to guy to give Butler an edge. He has got to step up in this game. We know what Kai can do. We've seen Morales get some great touches. But Crig, being that newer member of the roster, going up against a Villanova squad that has really worked up and built up their chemistry this season, it's up to him to be the difference maker.
Got a good touch there. Couldn't stick with it, though. Morales with a punch in off the wall. Will go wide of net, but a demo on a Milky Boy trying to create some space. Craig not quite able to win the 50. Ball drops down for a Horse. Riley rotating out. Milky Boy in the wings waiting for this cross, but Morales is all over it. Does intercept the ball before it can reach Kai. Keeps it in midfield. Drops this one down, but a bit of confusion. It lands on the blue car instead of Horse's, but Captain Horse comes across, able to make a good touch and a demo to boot. Now it's Milky Boy with a centering pass to Riley. Riley rotates back, decides to leave that one for the newcomer, Craig. It becomes a bit of a battle for the ball here in front of the orange net. Milky Boy and Riley back for it with plenty of time to set up how they want to attack. Morales just robs them of that time. Finally, Horse clears it out.
So many dangerous touches here, and that's the thing about Villanova with these infield passes. It's so threatening offensively, but they have to do them in a series like this at midfield. And that is a scary place to just pass the ball away here. As look how much space there is. Kai can't make contact. I think he was at a boost, and he knew if he made that touch, it was likely a goal. Krieg puts one on, dangerously close. Kai the pinch across, but it's not on target, and it will be saved away. But Butler is the team right now that's been able to generate some dangerous chances, and look at this angle from Kai. Are you kidding me? What a touch.
Kai was just a moment late on 2 separate balls, then gets that double tap. I mean, like, what a redemption goal. Kai wanted that one bad and just willed that one, used the force to guide that thing home. An impossible angle, especially for a double tap.
You said it was third. It's basically third time's the charm. He couldn't make contact the first 2 times. There, he does not find a way, or he does not miss. And now all of a sudden, Butler find themselves in a 1-goal lead and looking for more. Krieg almost got back to that ball, but Milky Boy just barely getting it there in time to shut that play down. Maybe Villanova's got something here in transition, but Morales is going to make the first save.
Kai able to beat Riley to that ball, and it moves across. Milky Boy working off the left-hand wall. Take the boost. Kai patiently waiting for it. Took the ball. Follow-up contact onto Horse. But Villanova stuck with it until Morales is able to muscle it past. Milky Boy misses. Morales takes a shot. That will go. Milky Boy is going to be wanting this one back, as that touch was going to go to Horse. But Morales was way in front of it and just seeing into the future as they slam home goal number 2.
Defensive miscues here from Villanova. They have been so good at getting their offense going, but it's about getting to the point where they can play offense. And so far, these defensive touches have just given away possession more frequently than not. Another infield pass. Morales is actually going to get a demo. Horse was looking for a wild redirect, but cannot find contact. Riley trying to work something out of the corner here. But look at this clear. Horse now sends it up the wall, but he's facing the wrong way. Nowhere to really run to. Everyone from Butler waiting for this one. Kai towards the backboard. Milky Boy gets a solid read on it. And now for Villanova, how do you break through this midfield game? They find an opening, but Kai is back.
And I'm a Horse with shot number 4. The only 4 shots Villanova has here in game number 5. And, well, Krieg comes up with another goal. The newest addition of this Butler roster finds goal number 4 here in this Game 5 thriller. Right now, Butler are 74 seconds away from taking it, moving up to 8-4 in the season.
Huge win this would be, especially after the way Game 4 went, to bounce back like this. 3-0 scoreline with a minute remaining now. Horse plays it slow, and Krieg gets the save, and Kai will be able to move this ball forward. And at this point, if you're the Bulldogs, not that you'd want to, but you can afford to play for the clock. It's taking a lot for Villanova to break through and find those backdoor opportunities that they were finding earlier in this series. They go for a demo play, but Morales escapes. Does he have the touch? It pinches out off a Horse's car. Kai attempts to clear it, but Milky Boy keeps it in. And Krieg with another clear. Horse has to send it back. 30 seconds remaining. And Villanova, you're starting to enter miracle territory.
Butler's just done such a good job in the midfield and not allowed Villanova for any shots. The shots that they've had have been kind of lackluster. I'm a Horse is going to put one wide there. Yeah, you see I'm a Horse with 5 shots now, but a couple of them have just been long distance downfield, kind of yeet them somewhat towards the net, not a real calculated assault. Butler really in control. They bounce back from a pretty detrimental loss in Game 4 and utterly dominate Game 5 to take this series. A statement win from the Bulldogs.
Kai's looking for more here, and Riley will keep it up.
Fun at 0 seconds.
Well, this one will hit the ceiling and will touch the ground, and Butler will win this best of 5. But what a series and a complete team effort from this crew. Morales getting the MVP in that final game, but Kai with the opening goal, and then Krieg with the dagger late. Butler showed up this week ready to play, and it's a well-deserved W.
Well-deserved W indeed. Everybody getting a goal from the Butler squad there in that game 5. Everybody really showed up across the board. I mean, we had Krieg with 4, Morales with 4, and Kai with 4. Just to show you how evenly distributed these goals were. And it's Butler really putting forth a team effort. I mean, we've called them the blue collar squad for a reason. Like, it's just fundamentals, hard work, and trust in your teammates is what has carried Butler to an 8-4 record here thus far, and a big victory over Villanova today.
And by the way, nobody shuts out Villanova. That's an offense that just does not get shut out in any series. They find ways to score. Horse on an air dribble, Riley on an infield pass, Milky Boy getting a demo somewhere. They never get shut out. For Butler on that stage to shut them out in game 5, that's a huge win and a huge booster. Again, this is a tightly compact Big East, especially when it comes to that, number 2, number 3 seeding overall. This was a huge win for Butler to not only get themselves back in the overall standings, but also to give themselves a very good chance in that Big East bracket.
Well, I think that 4-goal pass was one of the greatest plays I've seen all day. Here's hoping that our upcoming teams might be able to match in spectacular performances. We're going to take a break. When we come back, it is Montana taking on Marquette as EGFC Week 4 continues. All right, so now we get the battle of the M teams here. We got Montana State taking on Marquette. Both teams who have struggled a little bit throughout this season. Both teams have had a fairly difficult strength of schedule. I mean, Montana State have the hardest schedule I've ever seen in my life. Marquette just kind of in a rebuilding year this year. You know, traditionally very strong team, but kind of in that year of transition here in season 4.
And on the flip side, you look at both of these teams really trying to battle back in the standings. Marquette, like you said, in a bit of a transition year, and a lot of those players. There's always something interesting about Marquette, though. Even though they've had a lot of players come in and out of this roster, it feels like when they are able to pull things together, it feels like a very complete team. Players like Nito Burrito really sticking around and making sure that they're the glue to this roster. But players like CJax have really stepped up this year for them. Migs in particular is seeing more and more time. But we'll have to see how they fare against a Montana State squad that, as you said, has been tested time and time again this year.
Yeah, coming off of a tough 0-3 loss to SoCal. But I think this Montana State squad honestly really just needs to get a couple wins under their belt. I mean, just get some good games, put things together, start putting one foot in front of the other. And with a little confidence, I think this Montana State squad would look a lot better than the 3-8 record would signify. Marquette, a good opportunity here for them to bounce back. They were able to win against Howard back in week 12. One of their only wins of the season, their only earned victory of the season. So perhaps Marquette could find a little momentum of their own here heading into week 12. That was week 10 that I was referring to. Oh, but nope, it's going to be Montana State grabbing the early momentum, grabbing the early goal. This one coming off of a challenge from Pros. Just loops around, lands right in front of Chef. Beautiful shot. Well-deserved goal.
Yeah, solid play. I mean, the challenge goes right to the midfield. Chef is there, and I believe that was Red Hawk in the net looking to make a play, but he just gets there, and he's looking to read where that 50 goes, but with such a harsh kick out into the infield, that's just a rough challenge to try and go for. As Red Hawk will get the save on that ball. That one looking dangerous from Pros, but Migs will dump that one away. Struck now. Looking for Pros once more. Double tap angles there, and he's going to find it. Pros makes it 2-0.
And this is exactly what Montana State needs coming into the back half of the spring split. Coming through with the Ghostbuster car, the Ectoplasm scores goal number 2. That's not one you see very often. Got to give it a little shout out there. Even for nostalgia's sake. Got to love great 80s movies.
The last time I saw the Ecto was at RLCS Worlds, but oh my, look at this pass to Chef. Oh, the dish was so clean. Red Hawk just can't win the race to the boost. CJax can't get there either, and Pros looks at Chef and says, easy tapping goal, my friend. Here you go. Serve it up 3-0 for the Bobcats.
What a start. And this is by far the best we've seen Montana State look. And Chef with another clean little move almost had goal number 4. Pros is going to put one up. Struck is there. That's on target. Goal number 4.
Montana State just finding every opening here. And they are so fast to the ball right now and finding all of these key touches. But Pros having himself a day right now in the assist column. I mean, when we talk about these squads, it's a lot of individual efforts coming together. But when the whole team is getting involved like this, you can see their potential as another assist goes Pros' way. Feeds it off the backboard. Migs can't find the touch. And Chef with an easy punch in.
Well drawn up play right off the kickoff. And you can't help but feel this is like 12 weeks of pent-up anger from Montana State, that they are just unleashing a flurry onto Marquette here in the first 2 minutes of this series.
Yeah, I mean, it's been, like you said, such a difficult run for Montana State. I mean, they come into this week's matchup at 3-8. And now you're going up against a Marquette squad that's still searching for win number 2 of the season. Yeah, I feel like you said, that strength of schedule playing a huge factor here.
Pros wanted that one bad, but couldn't line it up. Migs with a great challenge here. Marquette with a chance to get behind the defense. Third player struck is back in time. Little dish off to Chef, gets intercepted and pushed back towards the net. Pros is able to find it, clears it back down, but Chef will not get the follow-up. Struck trying to hold midfield line, sending this one laterally, long ways across the pitch. Pros with a good kick out, blocked. Migs trying to tap it back towards the middle. Ends up taking their own pass and taking one away from MSU as Migs opens up the scoring here from Marquette.
Red Hawk gets the high five too, but yeah, the giveaway here from Pros, just not expecting it from Migs. That challenge so quick, and it goes into the empty net as everyone thinks, you know, when the ball is on the hood of Pros' car, he never gets dunked like that. Everyone on Montana State ready to push forward and put another goal on the board. They will find one here in the oddest of fashions. How does this one squeak through these two defenders? Oh no!
Oh no! And Struck gets just enough of it to kind of kiss it forward. Wow. That ball was in the perfect pocket dimension between 3 players. And everybody just gets a little bit of a kiss on the ball. And it's Struck who comes up with the final touch. And it drifts forward for goal number 6. Now Chef will slam in goal number 7.
What a pass this was. The 7-1 on the board. Cjax, that's the danger of those touches off the wall. We saw it last series from Morales. When you get that touch to the infield, or a touch off the wall, comes right back to the infield, and it's an easy follow-up for any opposing player to get back to that ball. And all of a sudden, you're staring at a 7-1 score line with still plenty of time on the clock here. We'll see if Marquette can grab some momentum, but Struck might be looking for some momentum of their own. Cjax makes the save.
Red Hawk out of the zone. Chef with the intercept. Hits a touch, grabs pads, rotate around. Pros waiting for the ball at the line. Is just going to push in. Marquette's taking too long. Montana State just going to get aggressive. Chef looking for a shot here and somehow threads the needle. Upper 90 for Chef for goal number 8. And Marquette just looking lackadaisical on this. Could not get it out of the zone quick enough. And Montana State pounced like the Bobcats they are.
So quick to the play. And by the way, Chef having himself a day right now. Coming into this game, he only played in a couple of series, but he was entering this week. 1 goal, 1 assist, 6 saves. He's got 5 in this game alone. And Montana State feeling good about this opening series.
And there's still 60 seconds of playtime. That feels like an eternity, the way Montana State's been playing. Struck with a pair of goals as well early in this series. Up along the walls, going to put one along the backboard. Drop it down for Chef. Chef leaves it for Pros. Pros a turn along the wall. Loses the challenge to Cjax. Good play from Struck, and the ball will spit out after the demo, right towards the net. And Struck with the perfect waterfall that drifts in off of this demo. But look at the placement on this thing. Real.
And Migs is so close to making that save too. You saw him hustle to get back. He's got the boost, but he just can't get there in time. And Marquette's defense not quite able to make some of these plays and keep this game within arm's reach, as that one's going to be cleared away by Chef. But this is that potential, right, that you were saying about Montana State. When you go up against the cream of the crop, you got to be prepared. And they've come up on the wrong side of the coin flip more often than not with that difficulty of schedule. Marquette, they're going to have to bounce back and regroup because this is not the start they were looking for.
Well, and it's been the story of the squad. I feel like Montana State are a real rags to riches story in the making, because they could very well be a top 10 team and we wouldn't know, because the vast majority of their opponents have been, top 8. I mean, and it's so you look at a 3-8 record, and it's easy to write this team off. It's easy to think that they're going to be just an easy dub for any team out there. But 17 shots, 9 goals, Chef with 5. You had Struck coming in with a hattie of their own. This is the Montana State that I've been looking for the entire season.
Yeah, and we're finally seeing it kind of come to fruition here. Unfortunately, it's at Marquette's expense right now because Marquette, we know this team can do better too. This is a squad that, again, is in that kind of rebuild mode. But you look at the players, I mean, there is some potential on the squad. We saw Miggs get some time in that Big East Conference playoffs just last season. We know what they can do from those playoff series. We've seen Red Hawk step in time and time again and make some big plays. In particular, Cjax, he's the leading scorer on this team, 14 goals this season. So there is potential for the squad to make plays, to rise up. But I think the biggest thing is that chemistry. They can't seem to find each other in that offensive end. They can get the ball down the field. They can make some saves, but it feels like a lot of times, even on defense, you're seeing a couple double commits occupying the same space. They've got to communicate right now and figure out where to be, because otherwise, Montana State, they might run away with another game here.
And Montana State showing us chemistry like we have never seen from this squad before. Pros looking to get another assist here, but Red Hawk with a great challenge is able to get past two to get it into the blue half. Miggs, after the ball slowed down a little bit, trying to shoot it out to Cjax. Red Hawk has to come up and make the touch. Ball bounces awkwardly along the line. Pros to Chef, across the struck, back to Pros. Pros shot blocked. Miggs gets in front of it.
What are these passing lanes? That was a crazy sequence. They're looking like Villanova with a couple of these plays on the infield passes. Pros can't find that angle, but he chips it back up here, and Chef cuts it mid, but Cjax is there. Pros now up again, looking for something here off the wall. Cuts down in front, and Struck has the follow-through for the opener of Game 2.
Pros will get credited for another assist here as the ball bounces out. Struck just gets a bit of a jump on it. Cjax not quite quick enough. Bobcats strike again. Marquette struggles once again. Miggs is going to get bumped off the kickoff, and Montana State immediately going for the jugular.
Whoa, they've got it, too. It's going to be Chef off of, again, kind of an odd touch here inside the box. Two players commit. Red Hawk thought his teammate might have had that touch, but it kicks back out, and Miggs, he gets there, but he's too late. The shot's already coming through, and you've got too much of the net to cover. Some of these defensive touches for Marquette are their downfall in this series. They can get the ball away from one, but the midfield trap that Montana State has set up, it just gives them so much space. Even here, a back pass to Struck. Pros is already downfield. Montana State, like you said, chemistry that we have not seen from them this season being displayed here, and they just continue to find each other across the pitch.
I feel like the Morpheus right now, it's like, what's going on? It's like they're starting to believe. You can see Montana State. You can see the confidence starting to build. Oh, I mean, Chef is toying with him a little bit here. But what we saw there was patience, not panic, coming out of Chef, and Montana State really embracing that mentality as a whole. And you can see it. You can see this team developing before our eyes. Another good look there. Miggs does a great job to get a piece of it. Marquette's defense actually doing a wonderful job here this past little exchange, let's call it. Red Hawk finally able to clear it out. Now the question is, can Marquette put anything together on the offense?
And that's, I love what you said, right? Montana State is showing great patience instead of panic. But on the flip side, you're seeing a little bit of panic from the side of Marquette. Even though their defense is making a lot of saves, we're seeing a lot of their players still kind of occupying the same spots and just not getting the cleanest of touches. They got to find a way to control this ball. Even here, whiff at midfield. Cjax is going to have to block Struck from that attempt. Miggs rolls it forward, gets a demo on Pros, but Red Hawk moving forward, misinterpreting the challenge there, is going to give another offensive opportunity to the Bobcats. Chef looking for the double tap, leaves it for Pros. It's off target, and Red Hawk trying to clear that one away, but he still gets a piece of it. And somehow, someway, the Bobcats keep this ball in the attacking half. They might have another, but Cjax gets back in time.
Marquette, I've dodged a couple of bullets over the past 30 seconds. Chef absolutely dismantled the defense, and Montana State just couldn't quite put it in the back of the net. Marquette chance fizzling out here in their own attack as they struggle looking for shots. C-Jax is going to get beat on this one. Chef with the demo. Pro's carrying it all the way across. Just playing keep away from Migs. Looking for Struck in the middle. Struck's going to come greet them, put it off the wall. Chef with the follow-up. That's going to bounce out. C-Jax almost put it right back in.
So close there. Over a minute now remaining here in game number 2. Still within our arm's reach for the Golden Eagles. But they got to give their offense a chance to go to work. And this is the difficulty. Every time they get this ball into the blue half, there's someone waiting for it. And finally, they try and push forward and get punished for it. Pros, just too many touches. Such control displayed on this Ecto. And he sets up Chef beautifully to make it 3-0.
Just pry apart the defense. Pros is able to keep 2 at bay on the left-hand side. C-Jax gets caught far right. And a beautiful read from the Bobcats. I mean, from Pros in general. Just setting the squad up for success once again. Chef coming up with goal number 2 here in this game. Goal number 7 on the day.
Pros might have had one there. That demo had come through a little early. I think he didn't even recognize that demo.
He thought about it.
It was one of those plays where you see that ball rolling across and you see the demo come through and you're like, all right, I don't know where the ball is. Oh, you got the demo. Oh. And oh my goodness. Well, he's going to get one here. Tack another one onto his score line, the leading scorer for the Bobcats. And what an angle. Look at this redirect. Just enough on it to make sure that ball gets centered. Beautiful touch to make it 4-0 for Montana State. Marquette, they'll have to regroup once again here and try and find a way to fight back as they're going to have to get ready for game number 3.
Look at those stats from Pros on your screen right now. A goal, 5 shots, 2 assists. It's been a spectacular series for Pros, particularly here in game number 2. And another dominant performance from the Bobcats. They have worked so hard all season. This one has to feel good for them. Yeah, you'll get Marquette with a moral boost here at the very end. And I would love to see them make this competitive as we head into game 3 of the series. But I'm excited for the Bobcats right now.
Migs will get the credit for it. But, I mean, it is going to be a tough battle for Marquette headed into game number 3 because you can see the control that Montana State has, the patience and the poise that this offense has. And, again, we can't emphasize enough. It feels like the chemistry of this squad is finally coming online. A lot of times, you look at the stat line for these teams, and it feels sometimes like Pros is the one guy who's able to make plays, but finally you're seeing Chef step up. You're seeing Struck find these angles, and they're finding each other inside the box, which is such a tough passing spot to be in. And it goes to show how pinned back Marquette's defense is. They can't leave the goal line because the moment they do, all of a sudden it's Pros on an air dribble. All of a sudden it's Struck going for an infield pass. All of a sudden, one thing or another. And that's why it's so difficult. The way that it's set up is that every time Marquette gets a clear, they have to backtrack. They can't afford to go out and challenge that ball. They don't have the boost. They don't have the angle. And then all of a sudden, that field control, that boost control that you have, you're put down to your own back line where you've got, 3-4 pads to work with, 2 corners that are constantly being attacked by the Bobcats. It's going to be really difficult for them to break out here in game number 3.
And that means as soon as Marquette hits the clear, they're worried. Like, they don't have a moment to breathe. They're worried about resetting up defensively the moment they clear the ball out. And you can see Ham coming in, substituting in, as a matter of fact, here in game number 3. I believe that is Pros is going to be watching this one from the sideline. But in that particular instance, it was Ham coming in and immediately putting pressure down. The moment Marquette get the clear, Ham's right in their face and right back in the orange zone.
Yeah, good stuff from Ham to jump into the action early for the side of the Bobcats on that dominus. And now we see Chef along the wall here. Migs tries to move that ball forward. We'll roll up the wall once more as the shot was off target. Ham now centering ball. 2 players along that goal line will kick it out, but Chef is at the midfield looking for Struck. He beats 1 player, gets it just past C-Jax, but it did deflect off his car enough to buy the Golden Eagles some time. Only momentarily, though. Chef with a short side angle. That one dangerously close to finding the back of the net. And maybe some more offense here. Struck keeps it in the corner. Ham sends it once more. Chef is there, but Migs with a good read.
Chef is just camping right in front of the net, just waiting for that golden opportunity. Put a lot of trust in Ham, was pushed forward, expecting Ham to win the challenge along the wall, and it pays off. A couple of great shots. Now ball moving up, and it's Struck gonna circle it around. Chef waiting for it in the middle. Struck pushes it all the way across, rotation in the backfield. Ham moving up. Now Chef moving up with a shot, but the ball hit too hard, and it's just gonna fall back to Struck. C-Jack's beating him out. Opportunity here for Marquette. Ball drifts in front of the net. Ham goes up to the corner, keeps it out for a moment. Struck with the follow-up touch, denies a rebound. Red Hawk finally able to boot it back down. Chef is gonna try to clear it, and Ham is going to win the aerial 50, throwing it all the way towards net, and Ham comes up with the opening goal of Game 3.
Big goal here from Ham. You see that there's a player up for the side of Marquette trying to push the pace here, and Migs is in decent positioning, but the power of the Dominus, hard to track that ball as you have to circle back and make that play, and all of a sudden, the Bobcats once again have the lead as we start to approach that halfway marker here of game number 3. Little bit more time for this ball in the blue half, which is a good sign for the Eagles. And Red Hawk is going to get one back here and tie us up. Feeds himself off the wall, off the dish from Ham.
And beats 2 out of that move, and then able to get the ball over Stuck, effectively beating all 3 players from Montana State. Now, Red Hawk able to get 1 goal here, and a bit earlier than Marquette's been able to score previously, but Marquette have scored in the previous 2 games. The question is, can they put up another one? 1 has been their maximum per game, and it's going to take more than that to get the job done here already. Looking for it, Red Hawk in front of the goal, it bounces off the post, Migs' follow-up shot will go.
Migs stepping up in a huge way here. Struck gets a good save on the attempt, and C-Jack's trying to cause some disruption. Ham is just too late to the play, and Migs on the follow-through gives Marquette their first lead of this series. And this is what happens, you know, when you give Marquette chances. Their offense, they've got shooters, they've got playmakers, but they haven't been able to put it all together on more than 1 week for them. Now you're starting to see what this offense can do when they've warmed up to the pace.
I think it also goes to show just the impact that Pros was having in controlling the game and really getting quality touches to help keep the ball in the possession of Montana State. Marquette looking a lot better here, as Marquette have made their own adjustments coming into this Game 3. It's not all on Bobcats making a sub or even playing a little more lackadaisical. Marquette have stepped up a little bit. They're going to need to step up defensively here. Struck's looking to get one in, and manages get it over 2 here for the tying goal.
Touchdown from Ham, and C-Jax has to respect it because he's getting awfully close to the net. Hard to keep your spatial awareness when you're turning on the wall like that, trying to track down that ball, and it kicks off the backside of his car. And unfortunately for him, it leads to Montana State's second goal. Struck looking for a pass here, but Red Hawk sees that play and shuts it down. C-Jax will move this ball forward. Does he have a second touch? Yes, he does. Still close to the wall, though, so Chef will have a, in theory, easy clear here, but 2 players commit once again. Struck's with a bullet to the top shelf, and Struck makes it 3-2.
What a perfectly placed shot. Struck was looking at that one as the ball was coming off the wall. Struck's eyes were in the back of that goal and set on victory here in Game 3. 2 unanswered from Montana State, and they've regained the lead.
Big goal there, like you said, to give the Bobcats the late lead here. And Marquette trying to come up with something as Red Hawk with a distance shot saved away. Ham from the backboard with a clear. C-Jax throws another one on. And they're getting this Bobcats defense to bite on a lot of these chances. The problem is just too many resources, too many players back, too much boost in the tank. They got to find a way to make this defense uncomfortable in the next 45 seconds, but they got to break out of their own half first as Chef kicks it off the wall, and that's the clear that Marquette's looking for.
And a tying goal they so desperately need is right in front of them. Cjax loses control of it though, and Struck is going to carry it all the way back down to the other side. 30 on the clock. Migs loses control, and Ham pushes one off the wall. Chef in the middle. A little pop up, easily dealt with by Migs and forced into the corner, but a demo from Sheffer slowing MU down once again. Screaming across. Struck is going to beat Cjax to the ball. Bounces way back out. Could be a chance here. One last opportunity for Marquette. Ham is going to defend off the near post, grabs the big boost, gets around two. Miggs is going to keep it towards the zone, but Struck blocks it, and the ball will roll harmlessly away. Montana State will take away the 3-0 victory, moving up to 4-8. Marquette fought back hard in Game 3. More shots and more goals in Game 3 than we saw from them for the entirety of Games 1 and 2 combined, but it was still not quite enough to overcome the Bobcats.
Montana State looking great in this series. Their offense really coming online. And even though Pros didn't play in this series, I think, like you said, his presence is so impactful on the field. You can see how much of a game manager he is, where he can control the pace of play. He can make plays to set up his teammates, and players like Ham, Struck, Chef, all able to knock him down if Pros is able to line him up for him. Honestly, it's reminiscent of Kai on Butler, just with less assists in that column. It's fantastic to see, but like you said, Marquette just the adjustments are there, and this is a squad that for the Golden Eagles, a lot of their games I think have been like this. A lot of their series have been 3-0 sweeps, but the more they play, the more they adapt to that pace of play, the more they change up their style, and they're able to generate more and more offense as the series goes on. They just can't quite flip that switch fast enough.
Well, it's time for us to flip the switch here, as my dog brought me this stick. I'm going to call my magic wand. I'm going to use the magic wand to make this game disappear, and we're going to move into the future. This will take us to break. When we return from break, it's our final match of the day. It's nope, that's not the right match. Wait. There it is. It's UConn taking on DePaul when we return for the end of our spring week 4. Y'all stick around. We'll be back in a few. Alakazam. Right. Hey, it worked. We're back. We're back. All right. Magic Stick for the win. Okay. Make me the best caster in Rocket League. Oh, yeah. No, it only has so much power, Soy. It only has so much power.
Well.
Well.
Well, at least the dog gets the stick back.
You're not wrong there. Bo is certainly happy about that. And well, let's move forward. All right. We've committed to the bit thoroughly. I am very proud of us. Let's talk about the game at hand here. Our final game in week 4 of the spring split. UConn taking on DePaul. UConn have been pretty hot, 7-4 coming into this, and looking to keep it going, finish strong here in the spring split.
Yeah, they look fantastic. Although they got off to a little bit of a rocky start against UTA, they had a fantastic series against them. A lot of close battles in that series in particular. And since then, it's just been, full gas pedal for them. They just continue to churn out goals and churn out wins. In particular, last week's win was a huge one for them, taking down University of Montana, that top 4 seed from last year. And they're going to have a big battle here. This is a huge one against DePaul for those Big East standings. This is a divisional or conference game, and Anton's getting them off on the right foot here. He's tapped in his 42nd goal of the season.
Congrats to Anton. Not many people have cracked the 40-goal mark. And, well, it took 5 seconds for Anton to build on that. The captain of the squad, the senior here from UConn, has led this team to a fantastic season. And we've had people like Shiro join in kind of late. Shiro's going to get a goal here.
And kind of an oddball one. Anton with a beautiful double tap. Joseph so close to reading that play. And Smooth Space just too fast for him to track that ball down. Just barely gets away from him. And Shiro just kind of with a soft touch. No power needed just to ensure that one finds its way to the back of the net. So an early 2-goal lead. And for DePaul, it's interesting. We talked about how the roster changes for this squad have made their season a little tumultuous at times, but they still continue to give a lot of teams a good run for their money here. Is Pato in a very odd spot. No boost, but had to find a way to play that ball. Just tried to bait it out to see if he could pick up that mid boost instead. And it's interesting to see how this squad has kind of adapted as this spring split has gone on.
I think you made a really good point about DePaul that I just want to circle back to here real quick. As UConn's going on the attack. That one's going to fizzle out. But DePaul having as much success as they have with a monstrous rotating door of a roster. Smooth Space and Patso coming in most recently, and they've still put up a heck of a season. I mean, 5-6, so kind of mid-table record-wise, but those losses have been to the very tip-top teams. I mean, those losses are to Seton Hall, to UTA, to NAU. They're beating everybody that's ranked 10 and below. DePaul are still able to find a way to come away with those dubs, and UConn would be a strong statement here, but they're almost down by 3. Shiro nearly gets that one, and Anton gets denied as well. DePaul's defense hanging on goal line.
Yeah, and DePaul's defense has always been a factor, but for these newer players, it's been a huge emphasis for them to get back defensively and make plays. They know that this offense can find ways to generate goals, but most importantly, you got to keep the ball out of your own net. And that's been huge for this team, as everyone on DePaul, making save after save. But Patso and Smooth Space being, the newer additions to this squad, it's always interesting to see them kind of work together, because there's this sort of, I'm looking for a word here. The fact that they came in at the same time means that their chemistry has just kind of come online a lot sooner. And Joseph has been the consistent name for this squad for the side of DePaul that's just had this ability to adapt to everyone that the Blue Demons have had kind of enter in on this roster. As Kaker's going to get an oddball goal here off the ceiling and in off of a challenge, no less.
It's a pinch that just goes straight up in the air. A fortunate bounce here for the Huskies. You take them. Garbage goal counts just as much as the most brilliant finesse highlight goal.
Smooth Space battling Anton for possession there. DePaul knows that UConn, this is an offense that can be very explosive. They need to get something, some momentum, some offensive pressure here early on to try and mitigate what the Huskies have gotten. But what a touch there to set up Caker. Shiro, this is all off of him. This air dribble underneath one, flip reset past Joseph, and Joseph again, fractions of a second away from being able to get in front of that ball, but UConn are able to leap on the opportunity and extend the lead to 4.
Oh, spectacular moves from Shiro. That was something special. The flip reset and the late use of the extra touch just completely bewildered all 3 players in the DePaul defense. Incredible stuff from Shiro. UConn now with 4. Smooth Space struggling to get out of the zone, and Shiro's got hands on the ball once again. He's going to drop this one back down to Caker. Caker patiently waiting for it at the line. Kind of misplays this. Ball's going to roll back a little bit, but DePaul not quite able. Oh, Joseph, the captain with the steal. Shiro still comes away with it. And now take it to the skies. We'll drive it back down. Leave it for Anton. Put one off the backboard. That one's just going to get sent all the way across into the corner.
We'll be able to roll this ball away. Joseph going to play impatient here. It's interesting to see, the way that UConn has kind of played in the past. We talked about this is a UConn squad in their interview, right? They were mentioning how UConn has not had a whole lot of time to play with each other, but they still somehow have this chemistry that is, absurd for not having spent that much time together to get this team on lock. Because UConn's also had a bit of a revolving door in terms of the roster, but the consistency that they bring to the table each week is something super noteworthy.
And that's, we talked to Shiro last week. And that was one of the important words that Shiro was talking about, was just consistency. Consistency is key here for this UConn squad. And, well, they faced DePaul, like we said, just recently back in week 10. I'm not sure that I actually mentioned that. I was getting roasted because I messed that up off air, rightfully so. But back in week 10, these two faced each other. UConn was able to take that one 3-1. And now we're just getting shenanigans here. I think DePaul are still feeling the sting of playing UConn 2 weeks ago. And are just kind of rolling over and playing dead here. You hate to see it.
Feeling the sting and the ping in this matchup. But, I mean, we'll have to see how they adjust for the rest of this series. I think DePaul, the biggest thing for their team in particular, when you look at this offense and the way that they go to work, they work well, actually, honestly, surprisingly well out of the corners, but their offense is just, in this game, never had the chance to go to work. So breaking through that midfield game, similar to what we saw from Montana, right? Montana State. They had that kind of midfield trap of every time you roll that ball forward, it's going to be right to the hood of one of our cars. And DePaul not able to generate too many chances off the back of it in this series. UConn just seemingly controlling that midfield. And even though it's not as fast action as Montana State, right? It felt like Montana State only needed 1 or 2 tries to put in that goal. For UConn, it's about the slow burn. It's death by 1,000 cuts. They'll slowly take away your resources over time, and then they'll be able to leap on that one opportunity, or you'll see plays like Shiro was able to do with the flip reset, get it over that last man, put the ball in an awkward spot. Just when you think you've got him, all of a sudden the tables turn.
I'm reminded of like 2 armies facing off, and UConn just cuts off your supply. They don't go for the full frontal assault. They're just going to loop around and cut off your supplies and wait for you to start starving for those resources, and then that's when they make their move.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how DePaul kind of adapts in this series to that, because again, it's not a playstyle that they're shy to, or at least it's not a playstyle that they are unfamiliar with. They know they've played against this team a couple of times. They know what they're getting themselves into. I mean, like we said, they just played them recently. It was a 3-1 series scoreline, so they've done it before. The question is, can they do it again? And can they, like Marquette was able to do in the last, or like Marquette struggled to do in last series, flip that switch earlier rather than later?
DePaul needs to flip it here soon. This is gonna be, if this continues to go poorly for the Blue Demons, this will be a third loss in a row. And it could really mean the spring split starts to get away from them. They fought hard to kind of stay in it in the fall split. I believe it ended that 4-4. Yeah, it ended fall split 4-4. And so it kind of feels like they're on the balancing beam right now. And the further they start moving towards one side of that balancing beam, and right now it's towards the L side, it feels like the easier it's going to be for that thing to bottom out. And so it's already looking a little bit worrisome here in week number 4 of spring split. I want to see DePaul try to, just bounce back, find a rhythm in there somewhere. I know you face some difficult opponents. You just got to take it week in and week out. I'm rooting for DePaul to find their groove and find their identity, even if they can't find the dubs.
The good news for DePaul is that, like you said, while they're kind of teetering at that 500 marker, it feels like, we know this squad has the potential, but a lot of those wins in the fall split were Big East Conference wins. They're sitting at 3-1, I believe, in terms of in-conference play. So their seeding looks pretty good right now. It's UConn that has to make these plays to battle back in their own conference to get to that higher seeding, as Caker's going to put in the first one here, finding the angle just off a great feed, and Smooth Space, again, so close to get up to that ball, but when it's popped right above your head like that, it's so hard to track down.
Caker, the freshman, just had the perfect angle. Caker was not going to be beat. It was, like I said, almost impossible for the defense to get up enough to that ball. And Squarespace ends up getting beat over the top. Caker now coming in, looking for goal number 2. That one's sent off to the right side, but a demo down low. Shiro looking at the net, gets bumped off the ball. All 3 players from DePaul chasing them down. Now Anton running back. Joseph off the wall. Shot. That one's going to go. Smooth Space finds the tying goal.
And they find one here. Joseph, the kick out. Everyone thinks it's going to be a power clear from Joseph, but he gets back to it, finds the extra touch, and it allows extra time here for Smooth Space to find that gap and slot it in. Well done by DePaul. And the biggest thing there, look at the transition game. All 3 members moving forward, and it's Joseph getting that extra touch, throwing off the defense that buys them the space to make that play.
That's exactly what DePaul needs from their captain right now. And Joseph with another good touch here, goes over one, trying to beat Anton. It was almost perfectly placed. Be able to drop that ball between the second defender, but still DPU on the attack. DePaul, lose control. Shiro with a quick pass up to Anton. Has Caker in the middle. The ball bounces out wide and right in Joseph's lap. Joseph's going to take it in along the wall. Caker with a good move, but Smooth Space intercepts. Into the corner it goes. DePaul threatening again. Shiro with a lackluster touch is going to get intercepted by Joseph. A deflect off the wall. The only reason DePaul didn't get a look at a double tap there. UConn finally clear it out.
Big clear there, and you're seeing some sustained pressure here now from the side of the Blue Demons. They're able to get a couple of good chances, get a couple of good 50s, and the longer this ball stays in the blue half, the better for them. But Caker now with an opportunity. Looked for a play off the ceiling, drop down for Anton, but Smooth Space is there. And Smooth Space on this Dominus, he is a striker for this squad, and he's got that goal for the side of DePaul, but look at this. Anton's gonna get this goal, but this ball just barely gets away from Patso, and he tried so hard to get back to it, but he runs out of time, and Anton gives UConn the lead.
Anton was just sitting hoping that Patso and the ball were gonna fall on the right side of that crossbar. The moment they do, Anton strikes and just punches in goal number 2 here for UConn. Caker attacking out of the corner. Patso does get the touch on that one, trying to lead Joseph down. Contact on Anton means it's a bit of a scramble into the corner on UConn's side. Smooth Space puts it off the top wall. Anton's touch forces it back out of the zone down to Caker, who's battling it out with Patso for possession. Over the top, here comes Patso with the steal.
Smooth Space gets blocked out by Anton. And that was something that we saw a lot last week from that Montana series that UConn played in. Anton just seemingly always a difference maker at every series. Feels like he just finds these touches, these angles that are seemingly out of nowhere, but they're so smart to help his team get into a better position. And it's the little things for Anton that lead to the larger plays. But here, he's got to make a save on this ball. Wow, barely able to do so. And he gets the rebound. The game won't give him credit for it, but we will. Wow, what a huge save that was.
And I think Shiro was hoping Anton would push up on the attack. Anton wisely stays back, and good thing, too, with 2 critical saves, keeping UConn up by 1. A big attack here, as Kaker is going to get a look at it, but too far out. The ball will drift over Shiro's head. DePaul losing control. Joseph with a good touch. Here comes DePaul looking for the tire off the backboard. Patso's shot goes! DePaul have tied the game with 1:06 to go.
These angles that DePaul is finding here. Joseph again on the infield touch there, as it looks like he's gonna just careen that ball out wide into the corner, but instead he's able to fork it back mid, and all of a sudden it's a beautiful passing lane for the side of the Blue Demons. They find a second one here, and Smooth Space will just launch one on. Anton will make that save, but with under a minute remaining, the Blue Demons are finding some offense here late in this game.
What a turnaround from DePaul here in game number 2. Joseph up. Good save on that one. Smooth Space wants more of that ball. Shiro's follow-up is going right in. DePaul just squandered their lead. UConn strike back with a quickness.
Oh no, Smooth Space. He jumps at the first one expecting a faster shot, and the fact that he uses his jump means he can get nowhere near the actual shot. And it's a beautifully placed chance there for the side of UConn to make it 3-2. And Patso trying to make something happen here defensively. Dangerous ball in front, but 2 players commit. Do they have the boost and the time to get this ball back down into the blue half?
They got to get possession of it first. Anton's chance not going. Anton wants another one. Shiro pushes it forward. Does that have the angle? It does. Incredible shot from Shiro to thread that needle from the corner.
Comes off of DePaul's back wall, and he's flipping away.
Yes.
What a crazy... I'd hate to play billiards against him. If he's hitting shots like that in Rocket League, my goodness, his angles are insane for that one. And that's going to lock up game number 2 for the side of the Huskies.
That was like a falling upside down fadeaway shot out of Shiro to find this incredible difficult angle for that dagger to put DePaul away in game 2. Impressive stuff. The newest addition to this Connecticut squad has been quite valuable indeed. Where did they find this gamer?
I mean, I don't know, but they're thanking their stars for him because he's had himself a fantastic, explosive season. I mean, he hasn't, again, he didn't play all that frequently last split, but the more and more that he plays, the numbers just continue to trend upward for him. And it's not like he's being set up for success too. You're seeing he's being a playmaker. He's setting up his teammates. He's being that guy offensively. We're looking at the flip reset from game number 1 to set up his teammates. You're seeing that angle off of that pass. Like Anton's basically throwing that one to the corner, and he's coming out. He's leaving. He's vacating that space to find that angle, and he still is able to roll that one in. It's really, really impressive.
Anton's got to be happy. The captain and senior on this squad knows that this UConn Rocket League team is in good hands after Anton graduates. Watching Shiro just make plays out of nothing there in game 2. It's not taking advantage of easy circumstances. Shiro is creating these circumstances through just fabulous work. A big push down there. Almost gave Anton a look at it. DPU doing a good job of staying a bit ahead and at least pushing that back to the line. But here comes Kaker in another chance. Double commit from the defense required to force that one out. But Anton's still alive and well. Good deflection. Pushed back in. DePaul still backs up against the wall. Shiro off the backboard. Anton won't get the shot as the defense holds from DePaul.
Maybe a chance at a counterattack, but no. Kaker going to quickly send it back into the orange half. Patso has to go up high for this one. Joseph is there, pops it up once more. Joseph has done a good job of setting up his teammates here in the offensive half, and he might have one here, but again, too many bodies occupying the same spot, only Anton there. Maybe now Joseph, short angle shot, Shiro denies that opportunity. Joseph just swarming on this blue half of the field, knowing that they got to find something here. If they can grab an early lead against UConn, that would do wonders for them. I mean, you saw in that game too, they're able to find that opening goal and make it a little bit more difficult, put the pressure on the Huskies to make those individual efforts, to make those fantastic plays.
And Joseph, with some incredible decision-making, could certainly make it happen. Another opportunity here. Shiro slowing down both teams' time to rotate. Smooth space, challenged by Anton. Ball out towards the wall. Joseph chasing it down, gets bumped into oblivion. Cartwheels back onto the pitch as the ball drifts to the other side. Smooth space loses it. Joseph regains control with a touch back towards the blue goal. Anton to the wall. Smooth space off the backboard. Wants to double tap. Shiro denies. Big clear to Anton. Anton's got a look. Anton beats Joseph for the opening goal of game 3.
You can't forget about the Huskies' ability to counterattack. Look at the pass from Shiro, and Anton is already at midfield, ready to receive that pass. A crazy sequence there, but those are the reads that you're going to have to make if you're going to want to compete in the Big East, as that was a crazy close chance, but DePaul going to get away with one there, dodging a bullet. And Anton still able to steal this corner boost. DePaul has really found success when all three members are able to push up the field, but it's such a tightrope game for them to try and walk, because you do that, you move all three members up, and you get what just happened with Anton finding the back door wide open. So it's got to be very careful, and that decision-making of players like Joseph and the rest of the squad are going to have to come in clutch here, as that was nearly a dangerous giveaway, but Smooth Space makes the save.
And a smart play from Joseph, whether it was communicated or just instinctually read. Joseph goes high and lets Smooth Space stay low. The ball comes low. But Shiro! What just happened to the defense? One goes out, there goes another one. Patso goes flying by. Shiro just sat there, baited all of them by not doing anything. Monk-like patience from Shiro, and the way just opens before them.
You can feel the panic from the Blue Demons. They know they need to make plays to come back into this series, but it's only a 1-goal lead. You can't afford a double commit off a fake like that. That is heartbreaking for the side of DePaul, because now a 2-goal lead here after the game that you just put up, it's going to be difficult to break through this UConn defense the way that they've been able to transition across midfield, the control that they've had. Even here, Anton gets demoed, but still forces a high challenge from Smooth Space. And now Shiro, with room to work with, has the flip reset, doesn't have to use it. He's looking for another fake. Does he beat Patso? He might have gotten the bump, but Joseph gets back in time, and Shiro's touch puts it away.
Oh my! That's the... Shiro should have this 4-0 right now. That was an incredible sequence. And frankly, on 2 occasions, I think Shiro's play was so good, it caught Anton off guard. We saw a pass earlier in this game that Anton wasn't quite able to get to. That was a perfect cross. But here we go. DePaul able to force one in. Dodging a couple of bullets from Shiro in the other way, and they just keep enough pressure in front of the goal to, well, they'll finally break the goose egg. I'm still just reeling from that display from Shiro on the other side of the pitch, though.
With something else. Patso there with a great fake back onto UConn, saying, all right, I've got those jukes too. Let's not get too ahead of ourselves. And it leaves Smooth Space to come sweeping in with the power. Patso's going to get the credit, but all that effort came from his juke, and then the power of that shot coming from Smooth Space. This is a giveaway, though. Joseph's in one-on-one, making 1-on-2, but Smooth Space, the miscue. I think he wanted to go for the demo, but he was looking for the pass instead. Joseph, high-angled shot, too high here. Short time remaining, but the ball is in the blue half.
Oh, I was holding my breath for you on that one, Joseph. That was it. That was your tying goal, and it just goes a little bit high. Now the demo on the other end. as everybody just parks in front of the orange net. 0 seconds and the ball will drop. Joseph really doing everything they can to drag this DePaul squad to victory and just narrowly missing out there in game number 3. Alas, Anton and the Yukon Huskies move forward with another dub, their 3rd in a row here in the spring split, now sitting at 8-5 in overall record for season 4.
The Huskies have always been a team that, the fall split, it is what it is. You get what you can get, and then they heat up as spring starts. They are a January, February, March team, and they are going to march towards the playoffs now at this rate. The way that they are winning games, it is so impressive. And again, this is against the Big East. They play against each other constantly. They are very familiar with each other's play styles. So we could see a very different scoreline the next time these two meet. But this was really an emphatic performance from the side of the Huskies.
Impressive stuff. And Shiro continues to impress me. I can't sing the gamer's presence enough. There were 2 incredible opportunities that were just solo efforts from Shiro. And I genuinely think Anton was just sitting there like going, wow, all right. Oh, wait, the ball. And it's either the ball spits out or the cross was right there, and Anton was just a split second behind on what would have been certain goals based on Shiro just completely demolishing all 3 players from the defense. An outstanding performance from Shiro today, and I mean in UConn as a whole, absolutely.
Yeah, really fun to watch. And unfortunately, DePaul, they drop another series here. It's not the end of the world for them, though. There's still plenty of time for them to battle back, but they've got to start stringing some wins together. They're now 5-7 in overall record, and the way things are pacing out, you're going to have to break 500 to make that playoffs at the end of the day. So they've got a couple more chances to bring things together, and they can. You can see they've got some good decision-making on this team. But it's about making that impact play and then capitalizing off the back of it. That execution today, just barely off target.
And it's going to stem from Joseph. Joseph is the key. Keep making good decisions and keep communication, keep morale up. Those 2 things are super, super important. Taking a quick look at DePaul's schedule here. Just kind of curious how strong. I mean, they've got Butler next week. That's going to be no pushover. We saw Butler with an incredible performance take out Villanova earlier today. Then in week 14, DePaul play Villanova themselves. So that one is not going to be an easy one either. DePaul have a rough road to close out this spring split.
It's going to be tough, but you got to find a way. Yeah, those are the cards that you're dealt, and you got to find a way to play them as best you can. Listen, the Big East has always been like this, right? A little bit of chaos, especially when it comes to the top side of the bracket. The number 1 seed. We see Seton Hall constantly being that number 1 seed, but then everyone else is gunning for number 2, and even Seton Hall has had their shaky moments. Way back in season 2, they were the number 1 seed. But come playoff season, they drop out in semis to a DePaul team that had such a strong defensive showing. If they can get that back on lock, if they can get that chemistry online, we know how good this program is, and they can make a run. But it's how quickly can you flip that switch?
Well, I'm out of magic dust here, Soy. So that means it is time to go ahead and drop the curtain here on week 4, rather, here in our spring split. Until next week, thank y'all so much for hanging out with us. It's been a wonderful day and an absolute blast, and we couldn't do it without any of y'all. Big shout out to Time to Light behind the scenes and all of our casters throughout the day. It's been a wonderful day, and I look forward to next week. Until then, y'all take care of yourselves. We'll see you in a week.